Good morning. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session on business, entrepreneurship, and innovation. To start off the session, let me introduce our session chairs. Professor V. Sivalogadas, Professor P.I.N. Fernando, and Professor B. Nishant. So we are very grateful to you all to taking your valuable time and joining with us today. Now let me introduce our session chair, Professor V. Sivalogadas. Professor V. Sivalogadas is the founder dean in our faculty and a professor in management and studies. He completed his PhD in innovation and strategic management in China. He had been awarded several scholarships for his undergraduate as well as postgraduate studies. He is the chief editor in Vista's journal in Faculty of Humanities and Social Science in Open University of Sri Lanka. So his research interests include innovation management, human resource management, strategic management, organizational behavior, and entrepreneurship. Let me introduce our next chair, Professor P. Nishant. Professor is he is a professor in entrepreneurship and business management in University of Colombo, and he has completed his Bachelor of Commerce degree and Masters of Science in Management from University of Colombo and PhD from Japan. Professor Nishant is serving as an editorial board member in International Journal of Information Technology and Business Management, and he has published many research articles in local as well as international level. His research interests include small enterprises growth dynamics, microfinance, organizational citizenship behavior, entrepreneurship education, and entrepreneurship intention. So let me introduce our next chair, Professor P.I.N. Fernando. She's a professor in management in University of Uvavellas, and she completed her bachelor's commerce degree in international trade at University of Sri Jayawardenepura and MSc from University of Peradeniya, PhD from China. So she achieved the most outstanding student award in doctoral studies in 2013. Her research interests include marketing management, brand management, hospitality and tourism marketing, and service management. So, may I now respectfully call upon the panel chairs, Professor V. Sivalokadasan, Professor B. Nishanta, and Professor P.I.N. Fernando to take over the session here on. I wish all the presenters best of luck. Thank you.
Hello, Miss Dinity. Can you hear me? Miss Dinity, can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so it means the other session has not come to the first part of the papers. Is that so?
No, madam, they are on the way. Sure, sir, also. You can start now, madam.
Okay, so good morning, all of you. So I can't see. I think I am the only one with the video, so I can't see anyone here with the videos. So very good morning, all of you, and this is that significant event for the Open University while having their first conference in the management stream. So then, welcome all of you to the track of the business management and entrepreneurship. So, according to the schedule given to me by Ms. Dinity, so there are 4 papers attached to me, to myself, to get your presentations on behalf of the particular panel. Okay, so today so we'll start from the paper ID number 15, paper ID number 65, and the paper ID number 23 and number 24. So those papers are attached, allocated to me by Ms. Dinity. So Ms. Dinity, so are you going to ask the presenters to present, or as I need to do it by myself? Ms. Dinity, what's your program?
Madam, after introducing them, we are playing their video.
Okay, fine. Okay, I got it. Okay, so then our first paper to this track is paper ID number 15. So the paper title is Beyond Typical Entrepreneurs Characteristics and Exploring Sri Lankan Social Entrepreneurs Personality. And the 2 presenters, GK Nimeshi and Miss HAKNS Surangi. Okay, so that's our first paper. So Ms. Dinity, you can play the record now.
Hello, dear sirs and members, I am Anishi from University of Canada. So I have selected social entrepreneurship domain to do my research work. So my research topic is Beyond Typical Entrepreneurs Characteristics, Exploring Sri Lankan Social Entrepreneurs Personality. So these are the contents of my presentation. So let's move to the introduction part. So when discussing the entrepreneurship discipline, there are different domains exist with it, such as corporate entrepreneurship, intrapreneurship, academic entrepreneurship, corporateurship, social entrepreneurship, and so on. So among them, there is a growing importance and attention for the domain of social entrepreneurship in all over the world today. Furthermore, it has drawn the attention of policymakers and practitioners around the world. So, showing this increased interest in social entrepreneurship, scholarly research has been challenging. Since definition of social entrepreneurship have been developed in several domains, a unified definition has yet to emerge. Okay, so some researchers reveal that social entrepreneurship as for-profit companies operated by non-profit organizations. That while others limit social entrepreneurship to non-profit organizations or organizations that create a firm at a financial loss. Still, some other authors equate social entrepreneurship to philanthropy or zero-profit organizations. So in this kind of setting, the definition of a social entrepreneur in the study is an entrepreneur with a central and explicit social mission motivated by the need to make a difference. So when talking about the practical situation, in recent years, the establishment of social enterprise in developed countries has increased rapidly compared to developing nations. For example, you can see in this slide, 9% of the UK small business population are social enterprises or social entrepreneurs. According to the project called Finding Australia's Social Enterprise Sector, there are at least 200,000 Australian social enterprises. There are approximately 270,000 social enterprises, even though social enterprises are relatively new in Switzerland compared to its neighboring countries. So, and Singapore too has around 401,000 social enterprises. So, according to a 2016 Asia Venture Philanthropy Network report on the states of Asian social enterprises, only 530,000 social enterprises have been identified in China, and the majority of them are SMEs, so small and medium scale enterprises. So, this is the situation of a few of the top 10 developed countries in the world. However, the case in developing countries is different to this. So the estimated number of social enterprises in Sri Lanka is between 5,000 to 6,000, according to the British Council report in 2018. So one research related to Sri Lankan social enterprises was carried out by Lanka Ventures and Social Enterprise with support from United Nations as well, and several other partners. So this table, in this table, shows the number of social entrepreneurs in developed countries and Sri Lanka and the population's percentage. So it shows when compared to developed countries, Sri Lanka has very few enterprises registered as social enterprises. So with the practical observation, let's move to the problem of the study. So as I explained earlier, social entrepreneurs are a combination of entrepreneurship and social value for solving social issues. So according to the literature, entrepreneurship involves a series of entrepreneurial actions: innovativeness, risk-taking, opportunity-seeking behavior, and so on. So social entrepreneurship is also having those entrepreneurial actions, plus their main objective is to provide the social value or address an emerging social issue. So social entrepreneurship is how entrepreneurs tailor their activities to be directly tied with the ultimate goal of creating social value. Sri Lanka and other developing countries are facing a lot of social and economic issues. Therefore, developing countries need social entrepreneurs the most. But as in the table previously discussed in the last slide, in Sri Lanka, it is a minimal number compared with developed countries. So the worldwide growth of social entrepreneurship has been driven by the creation of international challenges such as broadening health differences, social funding not reaching all those who are in need, and the global nature of social deprivation. Therefore, social entrepreneurship provides a possible answer for delivering services to poor and disadvantaged people, considering these global challenges. So, social entrepreneurship offers the promise of a solution to the challenges of the worldwide community in general and developing nations in particular. Social entrepreneurship is particularly important to Sri Lanka because the country faces many challenges of inequality, such as poverty, unemployment, and gender discrimination. So, when comparing the definition and characteristics of social entrepreneur with those of not the commercial entrepreneur, with those of social entrepreneurs, we see that the ultimate goal of an entrepreneur is to create economic wealth, whereas for social entrepreneurs, the priority is to fulfill their social mission. So social entrepreneurs design their revenue generating strategies to serve their mission to provide social validity. So according to the literature, social entrepreneurs have some unique characteristics such as vision leader, emotionally charged, change agent, opinion leader, social value creator, likewise. So according to according to the literature, innovativeness, dedicating, risk-taking, proactiveness, these characteristics that are most likely to be found in both types of entrepreneurs. So according to studies following characteristics of social entrepreneurs are characterized by exceptional traits, extraordinary leadership skills, a passion for realizing their vision, and a strong ethical fiber. So, however, literature has contrasting definitions for social entrepreneurship, especially for social entrepreneurs, and it was hard to define social entrepreneurs' personalities and differentiate them from commercial entrepreneurs' personalities. Therefore, it is essential to identify unique traits or unique personality characteristics in social entrepreneurs' personality and differentiate social entrepreneurs from commercial entrepreneurs. And moreover, according to the literature, most studies on the social entrepreneurship domain have been conducted in developed countries. So the study carried out by us, it is very helpful to us to define social entrepreneurial personality in the Sri Lankan context, and it is help us to compare the social entrepreneurial personality with commercial entrepreneurial personality. Okay, so in order to solve the above mentioned broad research problem, I developed these research questions, question and objective. The main research question is what are the special characteristics that social entrepreneurs are having? And the research objective is to explore the personality of social entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka. So this slide presents a review of the literature that forms of the foundation for the study of the social entrepreneurship. Mainly, we have reviewed entrepreneurial trait approach in order to identify main traits of entrepreneurs in the literature. According to the model, both social and commercial entrepreneurs are sharing many common traits. So, and literature says that entrepreneurial behavior of any society is determined by different factors like social, personality, and environmental factors. However, there are many domains in entrepreneurship, and social entrepreneurship is one of them. And the term social refers to initiative aimed at helping others. So social entrepreneurship might be different from commercial entrepreneurship in that commercial entrepreneurship is associated with the profit motive. And also, according to the call in 1968, social entrepreneurship is an expression of altruism. So after reviewing past literature on social entrepreneurship, I have identified these empirical gaps. Actually, you can see that the qualitative studies are most of the studies are qualitative in this field, and most of the studies have addressed challenges and motives of social entrepreneurs, but a few studies have been addressed the characteristics and personality of social entrepreneurs, and most of the qualitative studies have been used grounded theory and case study method, but in this study we have used like narratives because it is a lacking area. And also, as I explained earlier, developed countries are the mostly done this kind of research. So after collecting, this is the methodology of the study. So the study was conducted using an inductive approach to achieve the main objective of getting rich and in-depth information. And the narratives are used as the most appropriate strategy. 10 social entrepreneurs were purposely selected to provide information for this study, and this was decided after it came to the saturation point. So the data for the study was collected through in-depth interviews. For this study, thematic analysis was adapted to understand the whole picture of the phenomenon of social entrepreneurs and identify themes. So after collecting data, analyze the data using thematic method in order to solve the research question. For the research question, characteristics of social entrepreneurs. So in answering this research question, I have identified 2 main themes and 9 sub-themes as special characteristics of social entrepreneurs, and both entrepreneurial characteristics and pro-social characteristics are define the personality of a social entrepreneur. So entrepreneurial personality traits in social entrepreneurs which are associated with commercial entrepreneurs are hardly working for the target, opportunity seeking behavior, risk taking, and so on. So, and social entrepreneurs are having pro-social personality. This is very much important, and they define pro-social personality as an enduring tendency to think about the welfare and rights of other people, to feel rights of other people, to feel concern and empathy for them, and to act in a way that benefits them. So those characteristics are unique for social entrepreneurs. So being righteous literally means to be right, especially in a normal way. In their view, the righteous person not only does the right thing for other people, but also follows the laws of their religion as well. Successful social entrepreneurs are always doing right things in their business. For the social entrepreneurship literature, this will be a new finding. So the researcher could identify these traits from the sample. So these people are selfless and concerned more with the needs and wishes of others than with one's own. So this trait could be found in the sample of the current study as well. So empathy is a central core of all constellation of pro-social personality. So it is split into affective and cognitive empathy. So affectiveness empathy means the actual emotional compassion with another. Cognitive empathy means the ability to perceive the emotional state of other people. So those respondents can think about others, they feel about others, they have the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. So based on those themes, I could confirm the findings of the past literature and was able to make some new inferences regarding social entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka. And also research has found out some factors which are not totally new to the literature, and some factors are not new but rarely discussed issues in the literature. So that this will be a surprising finding and totally new to the literature. Social entrepreneurs are writers. So based on the themes derived from the study's data analysis, I can propose this model. So the proposed model of the study illustrates the personality of social entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka. It comprises the reasons for the pro-social entrepreneurial personality and the pro-social personality. So when talking about the contribution of the study, it gives literature contribution and practical contribution. You can see in the slide, this study has made a number of contributions to the theory. First, it contributes to the entrepreneurship literature, conceptualizing new form of entrepreneurship, and it creates new knowledge to the social entrepreneurship literature in the entrepreneurship setting. So when talking about the practical contribution, first understanding of the concept of social entrepreneurship is important for policymakers so that they can address social issues in the country very effectively, and we can easily identify who are the social entrepreneurs. Then these are the limitations of the current study. Current study interviewed only social entrepreneurs to collect data. So future researchers can do data triangulation in order to get more information. So this research was cross-sectional and interviews were conducted at once. Therefore, it is proposed that longitudinal study over a more extended period to be accomplishing using a method such as ethnography to generate more valuable data. So researchers can conduct action research as well and help social entrepreneurs to manage their organizations and solve their problems. Furthermore, future researchers can conduct studies to compare the cultural differences and gender differences of social entrepreneurs. Therefore, more research should be conducted on the social entrepreneurship setting to establish a rich literature base. So that is all about my research study. Thank you very much. Now it's time for the comments. Thank you.
Professor Sivalogadhasan is also joining with us now, ma'am. Professor, good afternoon and welcome to our session.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, so Ms. Diniti, thank you very much for.
Yeah, Professor, good afternoon, Professor Imali. Yeah, you can
Yes,
join in the middle age. Yeah.
Yes, Professor Sivalogadhasan. So, okay, so now up to now we had that video of paper ID number 15. I think Ms. Nimesh is here. Okay, so are you ready for the questions? Ms. Nimeshi? Ms. Nimeshi? Can you hear me? Ms.
Dinesh.
Nimeshi? Puta, your microphone is muted, I think.
Yes, madam. Sorry. Yeah, I can hear, madam.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much. Indeed, it's a nice presentation, and I'm really happy about your presentation slides because rather than your full paper, you have developed it very, very informative way and very attractive. And thank you both researchers, you and your partner. Okay, so here are my comments. Okay,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have very small two questions. And other than that, all other things are some suggestions for you to do in your future studies or maybe in future research. So first of all, this is a very good research area. So I must say it because social entrepreneurship is still emerging in countries like ours. So thank you for selecting such a nice research area. So is it your undergraduate research or a master?
Master research, madam.
Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so if it's a master research, so I have some. Okay, so first I'll come up with questions. Okay, so the first question is about the research gap. So when I read through your full papers, so I just imagined so the research topic and the research area. So you had to come up with the identifying the gap. So are there any scholarly evidences you found to go for this type of a title? Is my question clear to you, Nimeshi?
Yes, madam. Are you asking about the research gap?
Yes, how you identify the research gap? Because I'm just curious about it.
Actually, madam, when I go through the literature, there is no clear definition for social entrepreneurs. Some scholars say that social entrepreneurs are mainly they are having the prime objective is to create social value. But some scholars says that if a person is running some kind of a philanthropic organization, he or she is a social entrepreneur. Likewise, there is no clear definition. So I have identified that as a gap for my study.
Okay, and I think in your full article, so you had to concern more the research gap. So when I read that paper,
Okay.
I found there are some lacks. Okay, so before when we develop in the research question, so that's the theoretical way. We have to come out with by identifying the gap. Okay, so that's
Okay, ma'am.
about the first question. Second one. So here now you have taken the personality of the characteristics of the social entrepreneurs. Is that so?
Yes.
So in this case, so personality is a broad term. So how you define it? How you have defined it in your paper? I'm just asked you to define it now. So in your article, so how
Yeah.
you have defined it in your master's research?
From their personality characteristics, I wanted to know about the special, unique characteristics for social entrepreneurs.
Mhm.
What
So
are
you
the
need to
different
identify-
characteristics when we compare with the commercial entrepreneurs?
So you need to identify them. Is that so?
Yeah.
So I think in your presentation, then there should be a correction. So when you present the research question with the research objective, so both of them are not matching. Okay, so you can just see it in the next attempt, and you can just
Objective, madam, that's mean objective need to be revised as what are to identify the characteristics of social entrepreneurs. Likewise.
Yes. Okay. So I think you can do some modifications for that in that case. So and in your presentation, I had one more question. So just I
Yes.
went through the presentation under the limitations. Okay, under your limitation slide, so you have mentioned the having interviewed only about social entrepreneurs as the limitation number one. So I'm just wondering, so how can it be the limitation? Because your sample is social entrepreneurs, is that so?
Yes, madam. I thought that if I could interview their employees or their family members, then I can understand more personality characteristics or more about them. That is why I have put it as a barrier.
Okay, that may be the reason. Okay, so then some suggestions for you put are in
Yeah, madam. Thank you.
the some parts lacking of the academic writing. So when you develop the that future, maybe now since this is your master research, so just consider more about the academic writing. So then you can very easily send it to a journal. Okay,
I
and,
can't hear you.
can't you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you, madam.
I think we also doesn't have the electricity, so
Yeah, madam. That's why I am connecting with the hotspot.
Yeah, me too. So then, just if you move forward more with the academic writing style, so then that will be emphasize the quality of your article. Okay, so focus more on the academic writing, and okay, so those are the my comments, and so I'm inviting my colleagues, Professor Shivalogadhasan and Professor Nishant, to make the comments to our animation. Wish you good luck with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam.
Professor Nishant there? There. Okay, thank you very much. It was a nice presentation and the concept of social entrepreneurs. And as our colleagues, Professor Imali, and constructive feedback. And thank you very much, and all the best. And
Thank
I
you.
think we got a good feedback, and so we are also gone. We will manage our way. Thank you very much, and we'll go for the next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and for the team. Thank you, sir.
Electricity again.
Okay, so Miss Diniti, are you online?
Yes, madam.
Yes, Miss Diniti. So now the second research paper is paper ID 65. Impact of innovation and entrepreneurial culture on the business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. So by Nimal Ratnayaka and Neil Bogahalanda. You can play the video now.
Hello everyone. I'm Nimal Ratnayaka and Dr. Neil Bogahalanda is the co-author of this paper. Impact of innovation and entrepreneurial culture on the business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. A conceptual framework. Currently, Sri Lanka is facing a number of difficulties in terms of economic health. Sri Lankan economy contracted by 3.6% in year 2020, recording the deepest recession since independence. Not only that, the credit ratings has been downgraded, reflecting high credit risk. Accordingly, this economic drawback has a ramification effect on the domestic economic activities, particularly the tourism. However, the focus is to enhance the current GDP up to 7% as of year 2025. Accordingly, we strongly feel that tourism is one of the possible areas to consider for consideration. Many scholars argue small and medium scale enterprises as the backbone of sustainable economies. If you take the Sri Lankan context, it has significantly accounted for economic growth, 52% of total GDP, over 90% of enterprises, and 45% of national employment opportunities. Travel and tourism. World over, impact of tourism on socio-cultural and socio-economic environment is substantial. Accordingly, tourism has contributed with 9.9% of total employment opportunities and 10.4% GDP to the global economy. Sri Lankan context, tourism is considered as one of the key foreign exchange earning sources to the country. For the period 2017 to 2019, it has been contributed by approximately 15% of foreign income to the country. Accordingly, this has been considered one of the key potential areas for enhancing the current GDP growth. Look at this particular table. 2-star hotels and 1-star hotels, which are registered with the Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority, representing 52% of classified hotels. Accordingly, this is the main focus area for our research. Let me explain some of the contemporary research findings which has been supported the particular research. Number one, Lil Rodriguez empirically tested the model that links entrepreneurial culture, innovative outcome, and the business performance. Specifically, automotive components manufacturing sector in Spain. And they have further emphasized the importance of extending their research to different sectors and geographic context. In line with the Lil Rodriguez, we have developed our research in order to identify the impact of innovation and entrepreneurial culture on the in Sri Lanka. And also, Veerasiri identified most of the Sri Lankan entrepreneurs are Fabians and droners. Generally, the droners do not concentrate on adopting opportunities, to make changes, even making losses. And also Fabians, they mainly rely on customs, religion, traditions, and past practices. Thirdly, Feroz identified inadequate entrepreneurship as the key issue associated with SMEs in Sri Lanka. The scores of Global Entrepreneurship Index and the Global Innovation Index for Sri Lanka fell sharply during 2015 to 2019, from 31.1 to 19.1 and 30.8 to 28.5 respectively. Accordingly, it is highly significant that the current entrepreneurial activities and the innovation are at minimum level in Sri Lankan context. So this is the key area which you really want to concentrate for our research. The accommodation, food and beverage activities. When referring to this particular diagram, the real GDP has been declined since 2015. It was 5% in 2015, and as of 2020, it was minus 3.6, a deep decline. However, it has been significant that the sectorial distribution of GDP growth in accommodation and food and beverage services, that was increasing up to 2018. But unfortunately, due to the Easter Sunday attack and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, that has started declining. However, this is one of the key areas which we can concentrate. If we can take timely actions in order to develop accommodation, food and beverage service activities, obviously the Sri Lanka will be able to enhance the GDP growth significantly. Accordingly, an argument can be made that the business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels could be enhanced through improved innovation and conducive entrepreneurial culture in view of improving the real GDP growth. We have three specific objectives. Number one, to explore the relationship between innovation and business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. Number two, to explore the relationship between entrepreneurial culture and the business performance of SME hotels in Sri Lanka. Number three, most importantly, to explore the combined effect of innovation and entrepreneurial culture on the business performance of SME hotels in Sri Lanka. These are the three specific objectives connected with our research. The literature review, business performance. Smith and Ree identified business performance as the operational ability to satisfy the desires and major shareholders of a company. Currently, both subjective measures and objective measures are used for measuring the business performance. Sales growth, market share, service quality, customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction, so on are considered as widely used subjective measures. Similarly, return on assets, return on sales, earning per share, return on net worth, and so on are considered as objective measures. However, currently, many of the researchers use subjective measures for measuring business performance, mainly due to some reasons. Number one, profit is not a reliable performance indicator for measuring performance of SMEs. That is the finding of Vijay and Bedi in year 2016. Secondly, many business owners alter their books due to obvious reasons. Thirdly, they do not disclose their actual figures to the auditors and even for the researchers. Considering the facts, Wall invited researchers to concentrate on subjective measures for their research activities. That was in year 2004. The hypothesis developed. Number one, innovation versus business performance. According to Peter Drucker, innovation is the process of equipping in new improved capabilities or increased utility. When perusing past literature, it has been significant that the relationship between innovation and performance provide mixed and inconclusive results. Some positive, some negative, and some are with no relationship. And also, in Sri Lankan context, no empirical evidences on the relationship between innovation and business performance on small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. Accordingly, our hypothesis number one, there is a significant relationship between innovation and business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. Number two, entrepreneurial culture versus business performance. Entrepreneurial culture is one of the least addressed subtypes of organizational culture. And the number of research available is very, very limited. Accordingly, the current relationship with entrepreneurial culture and the business performance is highly unclear. Entrepreneurial culture is a concept in which new ideas and creativity are expected, risk-taking is encouraged, failure is tolerated, learning is promoted, product, process, and administrative innovations are championed, and continuous change is viewed as a convey of opportunities. Accordingly, we have developed the second hypothesis, that is, there is a significant relationship between entrepreneurial culture and business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. The third one is the most important part. The current literature doesn't provide any empirical evidences on the combined effect of innovation, entrepreneurial culture, and the business performance. This contextual and theoretical knowledge deficiency suggested us to conduct this particular research. Accordingly, we have developed the third hypothesis, that is, there is a significant combined effect of innovation and entrepreneurial culture on the business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. Look at our proposed conceptual framework. We are trying to identify three areas. Number one, the relationship between innovation and the business performance. Number two, the relationship between entrepreneurial culture and the business performance. Thirdly, the combined effect of innovation and culture on the business performance. So this is the methodology that we have adopted. The current research is a survey-based cross-sectional quantitative study. Currently, there's no any significant definition for the small and medium scale tourist hotels in Sri Lanka. Accordingly, we have used the definition presented by Ingram in year 2000. According to Ingram, the hotels having up to 100 rooms and employing fewer than 250 employees are considered as small and medium scale tourist hotels. Further, Ahmad and Arif in 2016, they have employed this particular definition for their research conducted in UAE in 2016. Business owners of the selected hotels were the unit of analysis. 156 SLTDA registered hotels are considered as the population, and out of them, only classified 1-star and 2-star hotels are considered as sample frame. Of them, 66 hotels have been recognized being the sample for the current study. However, by considering 10% of expected non-responses rate, we will be collecting data from 73 hotels. Simple random sampling is the sampling technique, and data will be collected by using structured questionnaire. For the research, we have 50 scales presented by Prajago and Ahmad, that was in 2016, Stephen 2009, and Sulfikian Pereira, that was in 2011. We will be using 50 scales as a 5-point Likert scale questionnaire to gather data. Data analysis will be employing SPSS 28.0 package, and multiple regression analysis and PSNR will be employed for analyzing of data. Subjective perceptions will be employed to analyze the business performance. Accordingly, there will be some limitations for the study. Number one, this particular study is entirely focusing small and medium scale tourist hotels. Accordingly, there will be problem of generalizing that particular results for other accommodation establishments. The current research is a correlational study. Accordingly, longitudinal studies will be recommended. Thirdly, Feroz and Melo in 2016 identified the lack of researchers based on service innovation and business performance. This is one of the researchers to fulfill that particular gap, and accordingly, we invite future researchers to work on this particular area. Conclusion. This particular research provides a conceptual framework combining innovation, entrepreneurial culture, and the business performance. Secondly, the results will be utilized to improve the current business performance of small and medium scale tourist hotels. Thirdly, this research can be identified as an extension to the study conducted by Lille Rodriguez in 2017. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. Tepanavadi number 65 from Mr. Nimal. And I think Mr. Nimal is here with us now. Okay, so can you hear me, Mr. Nimal? Your microphone is muted.
Nimal, your microphone is muted.
Your microphone is muted.
It's okay, right? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so nice presentation, and you have developed much theoretical way the presentation plus your study. So this is your PhD study set, so part of the PhD.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so actually by reading your full research article and having your presentation here online with us, so I have only one question to you and one suggestion to you. Okay, so my question, only one question, it's about, I'm very interested to know about the implications from your study. So can you just explain what are the main implications from your study?
Accordingly, what I really want to do is, right, so today, if you take today's Sri Lankan context, the GDP is really declining. That is one of the reasons I want to come out with I want to find out a way of supporting the current economic health of the country. Accordingly, what I really feel was, so when I was searching for opportunities, I found tourism is one of the areas. The reason for that, the sectorial distribution of GDP connected to accommodation, food and beverage, that was increasing at the time of decline in the real GDP. So that is one of the areas that I really found. Accordingly, the tourism is contributing somewhere around 52% for the country GDP previously. But when I refer the figures as of 2021, that was 0.05%. So that is one of the key areas, and strongly I feel that the tourism can be developed. The one reason the tourism has been one of the key income sources to the Sri Lankan context, right? Only behind two apples and yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. The question is, what is your strategy to implement your finding? So any strategies, because you're recommending to implement? Yes, we understood we are in a very crisis area, by the tourism is another one of the sector to improve economy. Any strategies you can focus to recommend to our country?
Yes, doctor. So this research is this particular paper is only to develop a conceptual framework. So what I found was so the two independent variables, namely innovation and entrepreneurial culture. So they are two very important variables which we can consider. One of the reasons, if you take the innovation, we can see only the mixed results. Some positive, the innovation versus business performance. Some positive, some negative, and some with no results. Accordingly, it is very much important to find out what is the real connectivity with the Sri Lankan tourism and the business performance. The second one, when it comes to entrepreneurial culture, there are very less number of research, and also the current relationship with the entrepreneurial culture and the business performance is highly unclear. Accordingly, these are the two areas that I really want to identify accordingly. So with that, I really want to find out what is the Sri Lankan scenario, and in Sri Lankan context, there are no any results connected to small and medium scale tourist hotels. So by taking the experience from the world context and to study this particular area in Sri Lankan context, I want to come out with a real conceptual framework in order to support the country's economic health.
Okay.
So that's the strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Nimal. So so my question is over, and only one suggestion for you for improve of your research article. So when I read your full paper, so I just found that in some parts, especially in the abstract and the latter part of your research article, namely the implications and discussion section. Okay, so in those two areas, it's better to go with the academic writing. Okay, so in your abstract is a little bit, this incomplete. So I just found it, and that implications and discussion section is not clear at all. Okay, so if you have any idea to go for a journal article or something, it's better you correct it, and then you can, I hope you can go for a good research article. Okay, so wish you all the best in your future research work, and my colleague, Professor Sivaloka.
Congratulations, wish you all the best and for the further research, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good luck for the ICOP. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so then now we'll come to the third article, third research paper to the track. So we have paper ID number 23, the impact of organizational culture on the use of business analytics in Sri Lankan companies by Rajapaksha, Vijay Singha, Digilo, and Vijay Tunga. Miss Diniti, we can have the presentation now.
Yes. Hello everyone. This presentation is about the research that is done about the topic, the impact of organizational culture on the use of business analytics in Sri Lanka, and we will discuss about these main areas as the presentation outlined. So, considering about the business analytics term, IBM Corporation has defined it as a set of automated data analytic practices, tools, and services that help to understand what is happening in the business and to improve decision making. As per the Gartner, business analytics is comprised of solutions used to build analysis models and stimulations to create scenarios and predict future states. And also it includes data mining, predictive analytics, applied analytics, and statistics, and delivered as an application suitable for a business user. So considering the background of this study, business analytics involves in most business activities to improve business performance within an organization in each department. For an example, in finance and sales and marketing departments. In global context, many businesses are using business analytics for various operations. Netflix and Walmart are such giants. Moving towards the next slide, a problem statement or the knowledge gap of the study is that the usage of business analytics is seen in almost all the business platforms in other countries. Even though so-called Sri Lankan companies say they are actually using business analytics, the question is whether they are using it or not. So, if using to what extent and the organizational culture will be investigate the to bridge this knowledge gap. So these are the research objectives that is developed to address this knowledge gap. The main objective is to investigate the usage of business analytics in the business context of Sri Lankan companies. And the sub-objective is to identify the impact of organizational culture on the usage of business analytics. And moving towards the next slide, the scope of this study is that this study will be mainly focused on these companies that are registered under Sri Lanka Accounting and Auditing Standard Monitoring Board. And the data will be collected from a general manager, an operations manager, or an IT manager other than CEO within the respective organization. And this study will be contributed to understand the importance of using business analytics in the business process, and if using, to expand related tools and techniques and to invest more. And also it helps for job seekers in business analytics to gain more understanding of the scope of this field and to dimensions that can be achieved. So from the literature search, these are the variables that we have identified: business analytics, organizational culture, and the use of business analytics. Considering the business analytics in Sri Lanka, Madhavika and authors in 2021 have found that information system has a positive effect on the supply chain performance and integration of the supply chain to increase the business analytics. It has been investigated through the study done on the usage of business analytics and supply chain performance in apparel sector in Sri Lanka. And also Vijay Sirivardhana and Rajpaksha in 2018 has investigated that impact of data and analytics has the direct impact on the business big data analytics, and it has analyzed through the research done on investigating the impact of data analytics strategy in performance in private firms in Sri Lanka. Therefore, as a conclusion that we can arrive at, to the best of our knowledge, there haven't any research conducted to analyze the overall usage of analytics in all the entire sectors within Sri Lanka. Therefore, this incomprehension will be addressed through this research. The variables that we have identified are size of the company, use of business analytics, and organizational culture. Moving towards the conceptual framework, this was developed in relation to the literature that we have identified. The independent variable is organizational culture, while use of business analytics being the dependent variable. So with that, the hypothesis of the study is that there's a significant impact from organizational culture on the use of business analytics. And moving towards the methodology section, this study is basically based on primary data, and the methodology choice is mono method, which is a quantitative method, and the data collection is an anonymous Google form questionnaire, and the population is the companies that are registered under Sri Lanka Accounting and Auditing Standard Monitoring Board in 2020. And the sampling technique is simple random sampling, and the sample size is 311 companies, which are with all the companies have the equal chance of getting selected. And the data analysis technique is multiple regression, and it will be analyzed through SPSS. So considering the questionnaire, it has main sections as section A and section B, consisting of nominal scale questions and 5-point Likert scale questions. And the developed questionnaire was distributed in about 30 companies, and it will be addressed to these managerial positions. So considering the pilot study, as you can see in this table, it shows that if the compressed alpha value is greater than 0.9, it has an excellent internal consistency. And considering these two variables, organizational culture has compressed value of 0.909 and use of business analytics of 0.857, which means that both variables are highly reliable, high reliable. So validity test in that the significant value is lower than 0.05, that means it is highly significant. And the considering the measure of sample adequacy, both variables shows a value greater than 0.05, which means those both variables are highly shows highly adequacy. And moving towards the descriptive statistics for demographic data, most of the business sectors respondents are from service sector, showing 55.3%, while manufacturing sector showing 44.7%, and the age of the company it shows 13.8 percentage, which is more than 100 years, while less than 100 years company shows 46%. So this is the job title. Most respondents are from IT managers, and it shows 43.7%, while least number of respondents are CEO and MD. This is the descriptive statistics for variables. The mean value for both variables are 2.84, and standard deviation for organizational culture is 0.879 and 0.818 for use of business analytics, which means the both variables, which means respondents have stated as agreed or as disagree or neutral for both variables. And this slide shows the correlation table, and it shows 0.872 of Pearson correlation value, and that means it implies that the use of business analytics and organizational culture are highly correlated to each other. And this is the multiple regression analysis, which is the main technique that is used for this study. And it shows that the R value for this study is 0.872. This shows a good level of dependent variable prediction and a positive relationship between dependent variable and independent variable. And this is the ANOVA table. The F value in ANOVA table determines whether the overall regression model fits the data well, and the regression model is statistically strong and strongly predicts the use of business analytics with a value of greater than 0.05. And this is the table that demonstrates the coefficient table for all variables, and it indicates how much the dependent variables fluctuate with the independent variable. And arriving for the hypothesis testing section, it can be concluded that the beta value coefficient is 0.872, which means that there's a 87.2% impact of the organizational culture towards the use of business analytics. And as per the results, the developed hypothesis is rejected. Therefore, the main conclusion that can be arrived with this testing is that there's a significant impact of organizational culture on the use of business analytics in Sri Lanka. So this slide demonstrates about the discussion and implications. The relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable is a significant positive relationship, and the null hypothesis of the study has been rejected. Again, when concluded as a conclusion, the overall there's a significant impact from organizational culture on the use of business analytics in Sri Lankan companies. And for future researchers, it can apply to the same study for a different geographical location, and it can be taken as the scope for all Sri Lankan companies as a population with the purpose of generalization. So these are the references that is used for this study. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, so thank you very much, presenters. I think presenter is online. Okay, Ms. Rajapaksha, are you online with us? Any presenters? Okay, so it seems like the presenters are not here. Okay, paper ID,
Yeah.
paper ID in 23. Okay. Okay, so the research is quite interesting, and it's a quantitative research. So when I read the full paper also, I had some suggestions for you. Okay, so it's a good article, and I have only one question to raise. So I'm very interested to know what are the main recommendations from this study. So while getting some less researched area in the business philosophy, like getting the IT side, to the management. So what are the main recommendations from your study? If my question is clear to you?
Yes, according to the findings,
Mhm.
we can suggest that for the Sri Lankan companies, establishing a data-driven analytical culture, it is if, affected to effective usage of business analytics in the organization.
Okay, so you came to that conclusion from the main analysis by getting that regression. Is that so?
Yes.
So what is the methodology you adapted to find out the sample?
We use quantitative approach. We find out sample using Kurdistan and Morgan table.
So how many number of organizations are there?
There are 1,609 organizations in the population. Sample is 311.
Okay, so then I have some suggestions for you. So since there are some time issues, so I will just come to the suggestions. So when I read your full article, so you know that majority of the parts of the full paper, so there is a lacking of the academic writing. So especially in the abstract, so I strongly recommended you to rewrite the abstract. So if you have any idea to take it to a journal. Okay, so yes, so those are the things I need to highlight. And in your full article, I saw the assumptions, those tested. Okay, so those things also were there. So in a full article, so those things are not needed. So we are not normally putting the assumptions. If there's any need, we'll keep it as the appendix. Okay, so that's all. And thank you very much. And congratulations, all the contributors. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mali, and thank you, presenter. Yeah, the name is not that here. Anyway, thanks. One question. Yeah, it is a business analytics is a new in concept in Sri Lankan scenario, and especially you are talking about in business scenario. So my question is, when we introducing in the new this business analytic culture in organization, and two things. One is skill gap. How you are going to fill that, because all organize skill gap in our employment, and when you introducing these new things, and how we can overcome that one, and or whether these our all employment process have this skill to absorb these competencies. You got in my point. You are muted. He's gone. Anyway, all the best. We will go for another because we are going from time constraint. And then we will go for next paper. No?
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Velovidasan. So now we'll go to the next article, paper ID number 24, the nature of the crisis faced by small and medium enterprises in the tourism sector in southern Sri Lanka. Evidence from a pilot study by KKNB Adhikaram and HKNS Surangi. Okay, so over to you.
Our research is the nature of crisis faced by small and medium enterprises in the tourism sector in southern Sri Lanka. The evidences were derived from the pilot study conducted. As to mention about the background of this study, the rapidly changing environment created business contingencies, those even leads to organizational crisis. That is why crisis management plays a significant role in organizational management. Other than SME's shorter lifespan, they were identified as a highly vulnerable sector for crisis. This background created these research problems to investigate to what extent SMEs are vulnerable for various crises. That leads to investigate the nature of crisis faced by SMEs, where we selected the tourism industry in the southern province of Sri Lanka. Referring to the literature, it identified organizational crisis as an event with low probability but high impact on the subject. Therefore, effects are basically negative. That is why crisis management plays a significant role in preparing organizational resources and structures to mitigate the harmful effects of those crises. It also mentioned that organizations need to prepare for various types of crises as much as possible, which is also applicable to SMEs. When it comes to SME crisis management, it received a comparatively less attention with compared to the larger organizations in the vast literature of crisis management. Also, SME survival has not been much examined with a crisis perspective, where we compelled to do so. Certain key authors also has mentioned that the importance of investigating the wide range of SME crisis, even with the developing nations, being most of the studies, existing studies are based on the developed nations. The theoretical framework is mainly based on the conservation of resource theory, where it considers people's psychological perspective during a stressful time. Here the stressful time is the crisis period that goes mainly because of the resources loss, which I have mentioned here, a list of resources, which identify the framework on nature of SME crisis due to the various loss of resources. This exploratory research mainly adapted with the qualitative research approach, where this pilot study mainly conducted to investigate the crisis phenomenon. Therefore, this phenomenological research followed the social constructivism paradigm. The sample is consist of 6 tourism SMEs, where we purposely selected considering the research objective. The data collection was mainly done through the face-to-face interviews, where the data analysis followed the thematic analysis, where it derived 2 major themes as SME face a wide range of crises and the factors that increase SME's vulnerability to the crisis. So those followed by 7 sub-themes, which I have mentioned here. I will discuss those sub-themes with the important factors, highlighting the important factors with the next couple of slides. The first one under the wide range of crisis is the natural disasters, which caused a significant damage to the resource base in both terms, physical and human, while keeping them utterly depressed. Although some of these SMEs were able to back to the operational level, it was really challenging for them to come to the pre-crisis level, mainly because of the extensive reconstruction work and their emotional stress. Then the second one is the terrorism and civil unrest, where we mainly considered the civil war in the northern part and the civil unrest in the southern part of the country, as well as the recent experience with the Easter attack. Those incidences disrupted the national peace of the country, creating an insecure environment, which is a must for businesses like tourism, because those incidences happened during the peak periods of in this industry, by collapsing those industries. Also, it was unable them to conduct the development activities as planned, and even the launching of their promotional activities. Then the COVID-19 is the third one. It's a well-known crisis. Still, we are moving through. The severity has highlighted mainly because of the longer duration and the widespread all over the world. Even by looking at this photograph, you can understand the severity and the impact of SMEs. This has taken during the peak period around 12 o'clock lunchtime in the main restaurant area. You can see there's no customer at all. That means there's no business at all, which was continued for a long time, which created a big emotional impact on these entrepreneurs. The hospitality industry was badly affected, as they were unable to deal with human, which is must in the hospitality industry. Also, the travel restrictions caused by the international parties badly affected. Then finally, the fourth one is the human resource related crisis, mainly caused by the high employee turnover, maybe due to their moving to the big hotel chains and moving abroad as they seek for better paying jobs. Sometimes these occur due to the employee misbehavior. Then under the factors that increase the SME's vulnerability to crisis, the first one we have mentioned here is the unawareness that mainly occur due to the lack of awareness about certain precautionary measures and the misunderstanding about certain preventive measures. One good example is at the time of tsunami, they got to know that they are unable to get they are unable to recover their damages with the existing insurance coverage when they are trying to claim against those damages. Then being unable to establish a separate business location as they mainly continue their businesses in their residences. There are certain type of limitations when they are trying to expand their businesses in their residential areas. Also, when there's a kind of a issue like mortgages, and when they seize their business properties, personal properties, they might have to even quit from their businesses. Finally, industry primarily depends on the unskilled labor, where it occurs mainly due to the people who entered the industry without having a proper knowledge and skill, with a narrow focus of money, especially during a crisis. They may be unable to survive as they have not created the industry network, which is an essential part to survive in the long run. So summing up the findings of this study, other than we are providing a new perspective by investigating this nature of SME crisis and introducing these two broad areas, there are some important characteristics we have identified as mentioned here. The frequent occurrence of crisis enhance the crisis vulnerability. Here that example I can provide is the tourism industry has to face this COVID-19 soon after the Easter attack, which created the situation worse. Also, the threat to the resource base created a highly stressful situation while keeping them emotionally depressed. The uncertain environment also disrupted the future development of businesses, which it needs to survive in the long run. Also, this study investigated the crisis vulnerability of seasonal effect of those businesses, while it complied with the conservation of resource theory, as it evidenced that the resource constrained organizations, SMEs, are vulnerable for further resource loss, even during the crisis period. It needs to mention that it was a really challenging task when we conducted this study, the qualitative study during a severe pandemic, while adhering to these health guidelines. The contribution of this study will extend mainly due to the deeper exploration of wide range of nature of SME crisis that will support and assist SMEs and other supporting organizations to adopt effective crisis management practices. Also, this will extend to investigate the SME resource base according to the crisis nature to see how they should deal with these different types of crises. This pilot study will also contribute to the literature, as most of these existing studies are overlooked, these types of pilot studies. The limitations, the inherent that weakness of these qualitative studies due to the small sample size, the limited possibility to generalize the findings, and also the single industry selection and the limited geographical scope, where we need to address in the future studies with a wider scope. These are some references we referred, and this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, and it's over to you now for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nilamti, I think. Yes, so she's here with us, paper ID number 24. Ms. Nilamti, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, madam.
Okay, so then, in fact, it's an interesting research area. So first I need to highlight that one. I'm also interested in tourism discipline. So anyway, it's interested research area. But however, so I have found some questions here. Okay, so and of course, don't take it as questions. So these are some suggestions for you to go up in future in the research discipline. If I narrow down my questions, the first one is regarding your format of the research article. So even though this is a full research article for the conference, so I found some issues with the presentation style, especially with the narrations. So when you come out with the narrations, very literally you have used the academic writing. Yes, so it's better if your paper, the article, full paper, go with the academic writing style. And however, some issues with the research objectives also, it's not clear in the full paper. And I hope if you have any idea to go for the journal article or something like that, so you make you may revise it by applying this academic writing styles. And Ms. Nilanthi, so I do have only one question. So the question is regarding your sample. So I just wonder, so why you have gone to such a small sample? So what's the number sample size?
Sure, because the main reason is this is the pilot study of a qualitative study. So initially we selected this sample, 6 SME entrepreneurs. So anyway, the qualitative studies, the sample size is small, but again, when it comes to the pilot study, it is a further minimum amount just to get the idea and to develop, to improve that, introduce the further development to the study. The sample was mainly selected considering this the crisis experience, because this is phenomenological study where we consider the crisis experience of these SMEs. So I basically selected those, purposely selected those SMEs, those who have these crisis experiences. For an example, that at least they have been in the industry for about 10 years. So that means that with the major crisis that happened in the country, they were vulnerable and they are having that experience. So with that, we selected the sample, purposely selected this sample, and your question is that small amount is due to the pilot study, where we will further expand in the main study, madam.
Okay, so I agree to your point, because now in the qualitative studies, so we will see the data saturation, so that's why the number is small. But I'm still wondering, so if it's six, so then how you come out with a title like Southern Sri Lanka? Okay, so then your title says something about Southern Sri Lanka or something. Southern part of the Sri Lanka.
Yes,
yes. So that's what I just thought. Now that while we need to generalize our findings, so how we can how we can get a smaller, like very smaller, like 6, and how you justify. Okay, so then this is the pilot study, so you have some time to move forward. Okay, so since no time to me to go further, so wish you all good luck, all the contributors to your article. Okay, okay, thank you, Ms. Nilanthi. Professor Sivalokadasan. Okay, seems like my colleague is not here. Okay, so Ms. Dinity, I think we can go to the next paper.
Professor Nishant is also joining with us now. And good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
Okay, welcome to your our session also. And sir, it's overdue next.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting to this conference. I am mainly responsible for paper number 73, right? Isn't it? I think so. Yeah. Okay, shall we? Is this a recorded one, Dinity?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Today I'm here to present the study conducted by WMSK and experience from the topic of proactive person and career adaptability of finally entrepreneurship undergraduates in Sri Lanka, the mediation effect of entrepreneurial self-efficacy. This is the content of my presentation. And currently, university students are experiencing a severe employment pressure because of the slow recovery of the global economy and continued slump of labor market. As young adults, they are likely to face a variety of career transitions after their graduation. They must be able to cope with and adapt to these transitions. So scholars suggest that career adaptability is a skill that is significant for graduate success. So in order to give a beginning, first move to the definitions. Career adaptability is an ability that an individual responds to career role transitions, and it is regarded as a key ability. And if they have this ability, they can improve their career environment. They can take measures to improve their career environment and prepare for upcoming changes in that environment. And if you take the proactive personality, the people are characterized as seeking out opportunities, showing initiative, and persevering to bring about meaningful change. Now let's move to the problem statement. Research on career adaptability receives a promising start, and this field is a crucial research topic in the career literature, and this has received a great attention in recent years and most significant component of international research. And literature on individual factors focus mostly on personality traits such as proactive personality and its impact on career adaptability, and it is one of the research hotspot in the field of career adaptability literature. And this direct relationship has been studied in a number of scholars, but there is limited understanding in Sri Lankan context. And also on the other hand, the scholars suggest that there is a requirement of studying both the direct and indirect effects on career adaptability. Therefore, in our study, we have adopted entrepreneurial self-efficacy as the mediator. And this has been conducted for final year entrepreneurship undergraduates, since they were more likely to have started thinking much about their future work and their careers. And previous studies has been conducted for different undergraduate samples, but limited understanding with entrepreneurship samples and also in a developing country. So therefore, we have set a criteria to include final year entrepreneurship undergraduates in Sri Lanka. And here these are the research objectives and questions. Our first objective is to identify the relationship among proactive personality, career adaptability, and entrepreneurial self-efficacy. The second is to analyze the impact of proactive personality on career adaptability. Third is to analyze the mediatory role of entrepreneurial self-efficacy on the relationship between proactive personality and career adaptability. So these are the hypotheses, and this is our conceptual framework. Here we have used the proactive personality as the independent variable, career adaptability as the dependent variable, and entrepreneurial self-efficacy as the mediator. Next is about research methodology. Here we have included only final year entrepreneurship undergraduates from academic year 2016-17 from the universities such as Uvavellas University, University of Sri Jagadhpur, Kalini University, Rumna University, and Eastern University of Sri Lanka. And our sample size is 120 samples, and finally our individual is the sample unit, and we have used convenient sampling as our sampling technique. And the next is our data collection method was self-administered questionnaires, and it consists of 4 parts. The part A with demographic questions, part B with proactive personality questions, and part C with career adaptability questions, and part D with entrepreneurial self-efficacy questions. And we have used correlation analysis, regression analysis, and both Bayern and Kenny's forced mediation assessment and Sobel test to conduct our analysis part. And now let's move to the analysis part of our presentation. Here it's about the data analysis part, and we have conducted reliability tests, and here it includes 0.90 as the chronology alpha value, and it shows that there is an internal consistency. And in order to run the regression, we tested the multi-covariant and normal residuals. And our first objective is to identify the relationship among the proactive personality, career adaptability, and entrepreneurial self-efficacy. Here, the proactive personality and career adaptability has a 0.701 correlation value. It shows that there is an intermediate linear positive relationship. Proactive personality and entrepreneurial self-efficacy has a strong linear positive relationship because it indicates that there is a 0.822 correlation value. And entrepreneurial self-efficacy and career adaptability has a strong linear positive relationship, which shows that there is the positive relationship, and it indicates that it is 0.772 value, and all these values are less than 0.05 level of significance, and it indicates that it's positive. It's because all the Pearson correlation coefficient values stays positive. And the second objective is to analyze the impact of proactive person on career adaptability. Here, the R-square value indicates that it's 0.500, which means 50% of the variation in dependent variable can be explained through proactive personality, that is independent variable. And here, if you look at the coefficient values, the beta naught includes 0.890, which means career adaptability will be 0.890 when proactive percent is 0. And when proactive percent increases by 1 unit, the career adaptability will increases by 0.751. And here the beta values includes the significant value is 0.001, and as it is less than 0.05 level, these values are significant. The next is about to study about the mediated effect. The third objective is to analyze the mediated role of entrepreneurial self-efficacy and the relationship between proactive person and career adaptability. Here the coefficients of 0.751, 0.850, 0.605, and 0.236, all the 4 parts are significant, and beta coefficients are significant and positive, indicating that there is a positive relationship between variables. If you look at these unstandardized coefficient values, in here, this part, the 0.236, the result, as a result of the mediator, when it is indicated in the model, the variables have a positive relationship. And comparing this C part and C here, this value, the 0.751 and 0.236, indicating that entrepreneurial self-efficacy will partially mediates the link between proactive person and career adaptability. And based on the results of this overall test calculation, it illustrates the proportion of proactive person and career adaptability due to the mediation effect of entrepreneurial self-efficacy as 51.5% at 0.05 significant level. And this is the summary of hypothesis, and all the hypotheses were accepted based on the findings. And here, this is the conclusion, and we found that there is a positive relationship between proactive person and career adaptability, proactive person and entrepreneurial self-efficacy, and entrepreneurial self-efficacy and career adaptability. There is a positive impact of proactive personality on career adaptability, and entrepreneurial self-efficacy will partially mediate the relationship between proactive personality and career adaptability. And finally, it's about the theoretical and practical implications. Here, this has generated novel insights into the career literature on finding the powerful role of proactive person in career adaptability and understanding how the entrepreneurial self-efficacy mediates the relationship between proactive personality and career adaptability. And this creates practical implications in order to create undergraduates for this dynamic work environment, and this assists in career mentors, coaches, and policymakers in designing their plans, the relevant intervention plans, and the way how they have to guide the students and how to provide the necessary support on career development and guidance process. And this helps them to build their training programs, and also this make implications on labor policies as the labor policies. And finally, it's about future directions here. As we have considered proactive person, the direct and indirect impact of proactive person career adaptability, for which future researchers can study a number of variables, because there are a number of variables which impacts on career adaptability that is not included in this study. And as this is limited with final year undergraduates, And those who study entrepreneurship degree program, the future study can be conducted for junior levels and also with undergraduates who study other programs. And also on the other hand, the future studies can be conducted using moderating effects to identify the moderating effect on these existing relationships. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, your presentation and your research. If I say something on your paper, actually that it's a very structured paper. Your way of structuring the paper from the beginning to end is I satisfied with that. But I have a few questions to clarify with you for development of your paper. The one is career adapt. Your core concept is dependent variable you have taken as the career adaptability, right? Then the career, can we check like the career adaptability with the undergraduate? That is what is the rationale behind that? Normally that career adaptability we can understand through the people who are really adapting to the career in the workforce. Then that is the contradiction I have.
Yes, sir. Basically, I have selected, that's why I have selected final year undergraduates. So as they are having an idea and as they are planning for a particular career, and the mostly with the last part of their university, then they will be planning for this adaptation. So that's why I have included final year undergraduates.
Okay, but the thing is, Ms. Bandar, the thing is like, you know, that adaptability real experienced person is getting while he or she is adapting to the real job, right? That's the thing. The second observation is objectives. When you're writing objectives, I have seen one or maybe probably second objective you are written on relationship between these core concepts, three concepts, right? It is obvious, like you know that you are going to see the impact and mediation as the second or third and fourth objectives. The correlation is obviously you have to check to go to the impact, right? Therefore, that objective you can omit, but you can understand the current level of proactive personality and the career adaptability and entrepreneurial self-efficacy in the current level of these undergraduate students, right? That is, you can conduct through the descriptive statistics. Then that you can adapt to better to adapt with your objective. At the same time, when you're presenting your data, firstly you have to describe with the respondents' characteristics, right? That part I didn't see in the paper well. Therefore, you can start with the respondents' characteristics. Then we can understand what is the nature of the sample. Then you can go to the descriptive analysis and all.
Okay, sir.
And what the final question? What are the key findings of this study?
So basically, we have identified that there is a positive impact of proactive perception and career adaptability on final year undergraduates. And on the other hand, there is a partial mediation with entrepreneurial self-efficacy.
Okay, right. Okay, then I propose you to, if you can do a kind of a comparative study, maybe the final years and the students or the not the student, that after graduation, maybe with the first job or whatever in terms of period, or that level students or the people who are working really, and check with compare with this undergraduate, then that also one of the area you can do the further studies.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Good work.
Okay, Ms. Bandara. So nice presentation, and I do have only one question. So I'm very interested to know about the sample. So how you selected the sample from this undergraduate population?
Madam, I took all the final year undergraduates as the population, and out of
Which
it,
university?
and out of it, I used to have convenience sampling for this.
No, Ms. Bandara. So from where you taken these students, undergraduates, from which university? Or which university?
Madam, it's from California University, Uvalde University, Eastern University, Ruhuna, and Jawaharlal University.
Okay, good. So that's what I need to get to know, because have you selected all the undergraduates, those who are doing with the entrepreneurship degree programs? Okay, so that's fine, and wish you good luck. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, madam.
Okay, all the best. Yeah, and we'll move to the next. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Delini will go to next presentation.
Okay.
I am Vidya Samrasinghe from the University of Sri Jayawardenepura, and this presentation is on a study that I conducted about the principles of cooperative based on a case study of multipurpose cooperatives in Sri Lanka. So if I provide you a brief background to this study, as you all may know, from its inception, cooperatives actually were developed around 7 main principles that establishes the foundation of the entire cooperative movement. So because of these 7 principles all around the world, cooperatives are well known and well accepted, basically based on the set of values which are promoted through these principles. So when it comes to the story of Sri Lanka or Sri Lankan cooperatives, the majority of the people believe that cooperatives are not efficient and they are not financially viable. So because of that, this context itself suggests that to face this increasing competition from the private sector, cooperatives must take efforts to maintain their image in this market-driven economy. As the statistics suggest, over the past few years time period, the number of cooperative societies in Sri Lanka are gradually declining. And when I was discussing about this matter with the managers and members of the cooperatives, as well as I was referring to the literature on cooperatives, most of the people came up with the idea that it is the principles of cooperatives that actually restricts multiple cooperatives all around the world from flourishing. So because of that concern, my research question was set to see whether or have these principles of cooperatives have restricted these multipurpose cooperatives from competing effectively in this contemporary neoliberal economic landscape. So methodologically, my study was informed by qualitative method of inquiry, and case study method was used as the research strategy. And as the unit of analysis, multipurpose cooperative societies was selected, mainly because out of the entire cooperative movement in Sri Lanka, multipurpose cooperatives actually have the majority of the membership. So basically, this study is on principles of cooperatives. I thought of selecting multipurpose cooperatives as my unit of analysis. So sample was selected from 2 multipurpose cooperatives in Sri Lanka. One which was established in the Heavily Mount Lavinia, and the other in Negombo. So from these multipurpose cooperatives, managers, members, and customers were selected on convenient basis. And data were generated through semi-structured interviews and observations, and all the data gathered were thematically analyzed using cross-case analysis technique. If I move on to the data analysis of my study, from the data that I generated, I could derive 4 main themes out of them. First theme was on unity, one for all and all for one. So under this theme, when I was analyzing data, it could be seen that the cooperative feeling among the membership is gradually declining over the time, and they have very less amount of attachment to the cooperative movement, and most of the people were unaware of the principles of cooperatives and the real meaning of those cooperatives. And when it comes to the cooperation among cooperatives, it was also was at a very minimum level. Very rarely cooperatives actually thought of cooperating with each other. So if I move to my second theme, it was on independence, standing on their own feet. When I was analyzing data under this theme, it could be seen that most of the cooperatives were very much reluctant to become independent, and most of the managers were lamenting on the low level of support that they received from the government, and they were expecting much more from the government. And when it comes to the role of management, there were so many red tapes, and management always complained that they don't have enough freedom to make their own decisions, and employees were not satisfied with their working conditions and salaries that they received. So they had less amount of attachment to the cooperatives, and members rarely had a good attachment to the cooperatives, and they joined the cooperatives just to fulfill their personal goals, such as obtaining loans and to get other political favors. If I move to my next theme, it was on responsibility to go beyond profits. Yes, of course, cooperative people in cooperatives were concerned about the well-being of the cooperative movement and the society, and they also had good plans to give a collective commitment to cooperate. But most of the time, these goals were restricted based on their financial viability and financial strength. Cooperatives, even though they had, they were much sensitive about the responsibility that they have about the society, and they were willing to go beyond profits. These financial problems actually have prevented them from going beyond profits and making something good for their membership and the society. If I move on to my next theme, it is on competition. There's a question mark. Does it really matter? Of course, the competition matters a lot because of the neoliberal market conditions prevailing in Sri Lanka. There is a big competition coming from the private sector retail brands, and they are aggressively establishing their outlets all over the country. And because of that, cooperatives are no more capable of enjoying the market share that they had sometimes back. So at the same time, because of the backwards or rather lethargic strategies that they use, the image of cooperatives is not good, and most of the customers did not have a kind of good image in their mind regarding cooperatives in Sri Lanka. Most of the time they believe that it is inefficient and financially not viable. So based on this analysis, finally, it could be concluded that it is not the principles of cooperatives that have actually restricted cooperatives from competing effectively in the Sri Lankan retail market, but the actual implementation of these principles. So mainly because of members' unawareness of the principles and poor management of cooperatives, and mainly because of politicization, cooperatives have been actually unable to make cooperative principles live and bloom under these neoliberal market conditions where private sector retail chains are growing quite aggressively. So with that, my presentation comes to an end. If you all have any questions or clarifications, I'm almost willing to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your name, please? Vidya, right? Vidya. Oh, Vidya, it's a very interesting and timely research. I was very fascinated about your way of writing and way of arguments developed on highlighting the research gap in this research. Actually, that is the real current issue you have taken. You know that, have you heard or have you concerned about that cooperative movement we can consider as the social entrepreneurial effort, right? Yeah, that is a social that we are taking it as an example of real social entrepreneurship effort is there, right? That principle is aligned with the social entrepreneurship. But due to this, how you deal with the political influences, it is a crucial issue. But you know that with your study, what extent that your findings are aligned or findings are revealing, like the political influences or certain like red tapes, how influence for this kind of contradictory outcomes.
Basically, when I was having interviews with the managers and all that members, they were always complaining about the red tapes. Like they have directors know about them, about the managers, they have directors. So one example that I can remember is when I was having interviews with the managers, they told that, okay, providing alcohol in cooperatives is prohibited. But when it comes to the markets like Nigambo, right, it is one of the main products that that they like to sell, right, from which that they can get profits. So because of these red tapes and all that, they can't make such decisions to sell alcohol within cooperatives. So like that, managers were actually complaining about the red tapes that they had to make quick decisions or respond to the market demands. That is one such examples that I can recall when it comes to red tape.
Okay. Actually, that you have interviewed managers and the employees and customers also. Yeah. One like main more information, more data gathering you can do like by observation in this kind of scenario, because when we ask from the manager, right, they will be biased actually, right, because they will not tell you that this is our fault. Then everyone will say that we are trying to develop this sector, like that. Yeah. We can't do that one because of this, right? Then what you have found through your observations as a researcher?
From observations, actually, mainly I selected my sample from 2 locations now, and from Nigambo cooperative, and the other one from the Dehivila Mount Lavinia cooperative. When I was comparing these 2 locations, those were completely 2 different locations. You also might have seen the cooperative building that is there. In Dehivila Mount Lavinia. I don't know how many of you all have observed that very. It's not a attractive building at all, and their cooperative stores are. When I went there, they were out of goods. People just come and go there to just have a chat with the manager. Sometimes they come and sit and talk for hours with the manager. That for that purposes. For that purpose they go there, but when I went and observed the cooperative store in Nigambo, it was a little bit what I call renovated kind of building. They actually have maintained good facilities within the cooperative store as well. They have air conditioned the place as well. But when I was talking with the customers, at that place they complained that they are not happy with that renovation. They were still complaining about that. This is not the cooperative that we like to see. So likewise, there were some demographic variables that actually influence the image of cooperatives. So based on the demographic factors also, I observed some differences in the way that customers actually like to view cooperatives. That is what I observed.
Okay. What kind of theoretical lens you are looking at this scenario?
Basically, I was relying upon social practice theory, and I was referring to a latest conceptualization that was done by Shaw in somewhere around 2012, in which he talks about this social practice and the main 3 components. Meanings, competencies, and materials. So yes, I basically relied upon that, and I tried to develop a conceptualization through that.
Any political related theory, like a political science related certain theory, have you looked at or not? Like that the government influences are high on these cooperatives. We know that the political ideologies are changes with 1977. Before that, with those influences, highly influenced on these cooperatives principal policies, right?
Yeah, country politics and all that, everything.
Not country policies, like ideology. With we
started from politics.
Not political ideology, like that the with this cooperative started in 1940s, I think. After that, 1960s, it is a leftist government, no, Sri Lanka Nidahas SLFP. Then after that, the 1977, the country is open, no, with that open economic policies highly affected these cooperatives. Therefore, like if you can look at that political ideological side also, I think you can gain certain insights.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nishant. And thank you, India. Nice, very good themes, nice presentations, and also the currently, which is correctly Professor Nishant highlighted, the entrepreneurial and the social entrepreneurs in the connect with this cooperatives, whereas all small entrepreneurs is the developing within a cooperative level. In Sri Lankan scenario, currently, yes, you are right, the cooperatives of multi-purpose cooperatives are declining. At the same as there are micro cooperative society developing in the village level. For example, women cooperatives, farmers cooperatives, and it's a micro level. The entrepreneurs cooperative developing stage at the moment. So yeah, where are the entrepreneurs developing? So there are two scenarios there. So how you are observing these two scenarios for our future development or economic contribution, whether micro cooperative societies developing in an entrepreneurial set, whereas cooperative already developed, but this decline.
Yeah, actually, yes, sir. As you correctly say, there are so many moving micro-level cooperatives such as fisheries cooperatives. I have visited several places before selecting multipurpose cooperatives for this study, and I observed the same thing. But the thing is, I feel like when it comes to the cooperative, the entire movement is about cooperation. Entire movement is about connecting with each others. But the thing is, I can clearly say is, even though those are developing, those are developing isolatedly. They really don't, the fisheries cooperatives, they separately operate. They don't get connected with multi-purpose cooperatives to sell their fish or dry fish. They don't have any connection with those people. Like that, for academic purposes, I feel like if I give some input to them, they should get connected with each other as a cooperative movement, as a giant sleeping system, which need to rise in this neoliberal economic system.
Thank you, Professor Imali.
Okay, so no questions. Wish you good luck, Vidya.
Thank you. Yeah, wish you all the best. Congratulations. We will move to the next presenters. The next presenters is 79, the analysis of the critical success factor for the SAP implementation in Sri Lanka. Mr. Janaka and others.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my presentation. First of all, thank ICOM Organization Committee of this conference for inviting me here today. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. First, let me introduce myself. I am Janak Patmendra. Now I am working as a SAP consultant. I'm a mechanical engineer by profession. I am an MBA student, Cardiff Metropolitan University in UK. Let me share my screen. Hope you can see my screen. As you can see on the screen, I would like to report on the critical success factor of SAP implementation in Sri Lanka. I have implemented full life cycle implementation and 5 company SAP rollout project in SAP HANA implementation project. Therefore, I have good experience and bad experience. SAP ERP industry is a new opportunity for Sri Lanka. Currently, a lot of large companies have been implemented SAP. Most of the time, those companies have been implemented by Indian consultants and Indian partners. But now, Sri Lankan professionals and companies have been involved in the implementation. For example, John Keels, Altria, Attune, Sri Lankan consultants are working for those companies. The factors discovered of the critical success factors study can be present reference from SAP project, developing consulting knowledge, consulting implementation partner, or the organization. Introduction, what's the ERP? And enterprise resource planning. ERP system is software application will centralize database that can be used on entire company. What is SAP? SAP stands for System Application Product in Data Processing. SAP is one of the world leading product software managing of the business process, developing solutions that facilitate effective data. There are core modules finance, planning, HR, plant and maintenance, production planning, the all interlinked with SAP. Object of the study, SAP implementation is a big chapter of the organization. It's a big lifetime investment for the organization. Successful SAP implementation has more benefit for company and organization. The implementation partners and company will be directly involved in the implementation. Therefore, failing project would have a lot of negative and black mark, not only the organization, but also implementation partner as well. On the other hand, project would have failed, not only implementation. It may be after implementation, before implementation. Therefore, the main aim of the identify critical success factor during the implementation phase, pre-implementation phase, post-implementation phase. If we can identify the main critical success factor in this system, an organization, consultant, or implementation partner will be more helpful for the successful implementation. If we can identify the main critical success factor in these steps, an organization, consultant, implementation partner will be more helpful for success implementation. This research presents the facts and results of the study to identify the analysis, interrelationship of the critical issues involved in SAP implementation. Let's move to another slide. Critical review of literature review. Following list of the most common critical success factors. Clear vision, goal, and objective of the ERP system. Good project scope management, top management support and commitment, carefully change management. Those are the literature found. This will see there actually a lot of research have been done consideration of the critical success factor SAP implementation around the world. Several journal article paper that have study influenced the SAP implementations are nevertheless very limited to and has elaborate them from the SAP consultant point of view. The research will provide the comprehensive and deep review of critical success factor in SAP implementation. Furthermore, this is the first qualitative research study have been done SAP critical success factors study from the consultant perspective in Sri Lanka. One of the challenge of the research will be that of the qualitative research investigated critical success factor in SAP consultant interview-based study. SAP system was developed by the German company. SAP has provided wide range of the business. So big, huge investment. So the methodology, this research take after the subjective qualitative approach. The qualitative interpretative research was conducted by using the face-to-face in deep review with the SAP senior consultant. The data was subjective for the thematic analysis process to generate code, theme, and concept open-ended question. Interview make as different supply view essential as a guideline. Thematic analysis 6 steps. Raw data, coding, and convert to the themes, and finally found the concept. Empirical finding. This research will use two thematic analysis method, systematic coding process to generate themes and analysis the pattern of the qualitative data. Those are the empirical findings. The pre-implementation, implementation, and post-implementation period. According to the themes, objective, conclusion, and recommendation. So me first give you a brief overview. In the part of my presentation, I like to talk about the main finding of the research study. The identify priority order following critical success factors. The important 12 critical success factors were found in the pre-implementation period. These 12 critical success factors essential for the implementation project success. The main critical success factor is project management, triangle, time, scope, costs are very important. The importance of 15 critical success factors were found in the implementation period. There are 15 critical success factors are essential for the implementation project success. The main 3 critical success factors are top management, commitment, requirement gathering, process map, project scope, project management. Those are the training and supporting most valuable critical success factor in the post-implementation project success. Training and support for the high mark confirmed by the entire 5 consultant. Critical success factor is empirical provide through the good SAP training and continuous support to essential SAP post success. Other 13 success factors are essential for the being the success project. This brief, we also, let's say, our research objective has been achieved in expansion to the answering our research question. The extra comes about including our information of the real world of business within the great understanding of the issues, including within the implementation of SAP. The success factor were the top element according to our observation. But all the success factors are important, different of the different country or company organization. The research paper can make SAP consultant, implementation partner, or companies better prepared for success SAP implementation.
Thank you. Thank you, Janaka and others. Leonage. Yeah, we are talking about the SAP and with the very important in the current business scenario is a big role in SAP. My simple question is, because when you're talking about SAP, just implementation and pre and the implementation post is very important. But in practically, in practicing the SAP, the users facing so difficulties, continuing and maintaining, and also the changing, new request and everything they change. That is also. So how you feel that as you are in the field in Sri Lankan scenario and in user point of view, how this practically effectively working in a business context is SAP, because we have practical experience in using these so many SAPs and failing and developing new, and then so many experience. But as a developing country, we should have a greater one to support everybody to continuing proactively effective and efficient service provider.
Yes, sir. You are 100% correct. That's why I choose this topic, because a lot of companies use sprint lot of money, more than 600 million, one project implementation cost. But end user point of view, some project is useless. You are correct, sir. Actually, it's as I mentioned that it can be pre-implementation and the post-implementation. During the implementation, there was a lot of gaps. That's why the project is failed. Especially the end user point of view, the end users is not using the system. The lack of training, lack of knowledge is not a system fault. Because that's why I said a lot of company implement the external party, Indian consultant or American consultant or whatever. They are not take the correct requirement in the business, and they are take the SAP build-up bundle and use the same as they are going to implement. That's one of challenge in business point of view. That's why the main I list out the critical success factor. Actually, this is practical scenario. All the factors. Some one of my main point is lack of management commitment. There is very powerful management commitment the end users is doing. As example, we are implement SAP. It's a big ERP system, but end user is using Excel. End user is using calculators. Why we waste a lot of money for ERP? But if we have very powerful management commitment, and if they mention and club the real requirement, end user point of view, the system is very flexible. This SAP ERP system have everything in all the module in one single platform, single screen. In a sales point of view, material management point of view, production point of view, all the scenarios in one platform. So then end users proper implementation, if they are proper implementation, end users is very useful. The thing is, some implementation is not mapping with the business. That's the thing.
Okay, thank you. So a simple another question. So what are your key finding and what is this recommendation to very effective use of SAP in Sri Lanka?
Actually, sir, Sri Lankan a lot of companies is implementing in on after proper requirement mapping. Requirement gathering is very powerful point, and selecting the core team and selecting the implementation partner is the main thing. That's why I said before implementation, some project will be fail because the main thing they are not identified properly. Before implementation, if we can find what are the main critical factors, and if we push the proper get the proper idea, we can do the 100% very good implementation.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Nishant and Professor Imali. Professor Imali, you have muted the mic.
I'm very sorry. Okay, wish you good luck, Janaka. No questions from my side.
Janaka,
yes, sir.
You surveyed, you interviewed the consultant, right, for this?
Yes,
study?
sir. I interview SAP senior consultant in Sri Lanka.
Right. Then it will be like a perceived critical success factor, because they are based on their perceptions, they are sharing their experiences, right?
Yeah.
And another thing is like this is area that many research have done, right? The critical success factors related to the SEP has done many research. Then have you found any Sri Lankan cultural bound factors? Could you highlight?
Yes, sir. When we compare in the literature service research paper, our critical success factor ordering is different because developing country and developed country critical success factors is there is some changes. In Sri Lankan point of view, in our point of view, this is a new thing to our business. So requirement gathering and user training is very important.
Then
after
that's the thing
implementation,
okay.
Training is very important in Sri Lanka. The other country, German, no, Indian, no, it's not a major critical success factor. But Sri Lankan culture, our culture implementation, we should give the big portion for the end user training. That's one of major things, sir.
Okay. Then to highlight maybe to get the high weight of your findings.
Yes, high weight
that
of the
kind of comparison
end-user
and bring the Sri Lankan related the experiences and highlighting what will come to the first priority in Sri Lankan context will be more important to reveal in your first paper. Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janaka. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Special thank my supervisor also, Susanna again.
Then we'll go to next presenters.
Very good morning to everyone. It's my privilege to present the findings of my case study based on the title of Eco-Entrepreneurship Practices of SMEs Towards Customer Value Proposition, a case review of SMEs operated for fast-moving consumer goods sector in Negombo. Before I explain the detail, it's my prime duty to introduce the research problem and its justification. In the recent past, the attention has drawn to the green entrepreneurial activity with emergence. The existing and the new-born enterprises need to make attempts in popularizing the green-centered or eco-friendly items as to create the product awareness based on the green values to the community. Though the green practices are implied by the SMEs, the contribution on the green economy is not highly vital, and the business ventures need to prioritize the suitable practices for the business operations beyond the profitability as to create the customer value based on green-based items. Being the less developed country, Sri Lanka consisting 80% of small and medium-scale enterprises, in which 26% of the enterprises are practicing green-relevant investment on process and materials. Therefore, the basic problem or the fundamental problem arises in this case: is there any customer value proposition through green entrepreneurial practices of the SMEs? The purpose of the study basically is to focus on green entrepreneurial activities and its implication as to maintain the sustainable practices through green innovation, green knowledge, environmental concern, and resource management using the green technologies. The study reveals the effectiveness of green entrepreneurial activities in creation of the customer value and identifies the opportunities and challenges that are faced by the green entrepreneurs. The findings of the study would be much helpful for the decision makers as well as for the authority bodies to form and develop the appropriate green policies as to support green entrepreneurs and to validate the green consumerism. So these are my research questions and the research objectives. The first research question can be seen: is there any significant impact among the green entrepreneurial orientation and customer uniqueness? For that, the objective can be to identify the relationship of green entrepreneurial orientation towards the customer satisfaction. And the second research question can be: do sustainable business entrepreneurial practices influence on the customer affordability? For this, the research objective can be stated as to recognize the influence of the sustainable business practices on the customer affordability. The third one, what are the sustainable business activities for the customer value proposition? According to that, the research objective can be formed as to figure out the most influential sustainable business practice which will improve the better customer value creation. There are ample of studies conducted based on the green entrepreneurship and the customer value proposition, but in a nutshell we can say, according to Aldo in 2021, harmonizing and upgrading the environmental value and the sustainable green actions are increasing the customer value proposition. Delhi in 2020 says that green mindset of the entrepreneurs with their mentality or with their traits encourages customer value proposition based on the eco-centered products. According to Pathagama in 2020, innovation and implication of the green-centered items or the ecological product, which will improve the green entrepreneurial motivation, at the same time the customer value proposition. Kumudini in 2019 stated that the green innovation influences on the venture creation. Not only for that, at the same time, the green value proposition can be gained. So through the green value proposition, customer value creation can be maintained. According to Wu Lin in 2017, the green material usage and the ecological sense and value and the manufacturing process that are based on the ecological sense would encourage the customer value creation. So this would be the theoretical format. The model basically explains the different 4 phases that are emphasized in creating the customer value proposition, that are enterprise perspective, co-creation perspective, contextual perspective, and customer perspective. As to interact with these 4 phases, there are some 4 processes identified. Accordingly, they identify the competitiveness of the CPP and developing the competency, facilitating the customer value proposition, and measures to value the customer value proposition with the targets. So when it comes to the methodology of the study, basically this case study, the study is based on the case study, and positivism deductive approach manner has been used. Primary data has been collected. 18 registered SMEs are selected, and 3 SMEs per different startup. In this case, we have 6 startup. So definitely 18 registered SMEs are reviewed in this case. And individuals, enterprises with the green orientation and the practices are considered. As a review technique, the narrative and the synopsis mandate has been implemented. And when it comes to the review, according to the case number 1, the enterprises that are incorporated in this track much associated with the green standards. The green standards certifications are highly concerned. The certification requirement as per the Sri Lankan Standard Institution and Medical Drug Policy Institute of Sri Lanka are valued and graded in this case. And when it comes to the case number 2, usage of the green material is highly focused by these entrepreneurs. At the same time, the transparency of these processes are visible to the consumers in many food courts, for an example, and their customers are really valuing their purchase, and their consumer purchase intention would rise and the value proposition will rise. When it comes to the case number 3, the segment is unique since the target group directly concerns the natural concerns as to efficacy of usage and pertained results. Moreover, when the items entail the greenness or the eco-friendliness, would be highly encouraged by the consumers. In this case, they are willing to pay even the premium for their product what they consume. So many ventures in this case used to conduct set of welfare activities, including free hair cutting and body treatment, as to gain the customer value proposition. And in case number 4, the segment is basically focusing on innovative and the creative factors. The retailing outlets are displaying the green related or green centered concept in their trading promotions. Even the shelves or the displays which are visible at eye-catching level subject to the green creativity. The eco-literacy of the entrepreneurs would take part in these cases because the mentality of the entrepreneur with the eco-literacy would play a major role in this track. And when it comes to case number 5, in this segment we can say basically the fresh items such as vegetables and the flesh. So according to the empirical evidence, the enterprises are much concerned about the green marketing. At the same time, green label, green place, and the green materials also, they are used to display as to value, as to make consumers to value their purchase. And the last concept of the case 6, the enterprises that are incorporated in this track, including the stationery, souvenirs, and the printing related items, are showing the implication of the green perceived knowledge and green ideologies through their product. The mixed source of green innovation, green material, and resources are used. In fact, they could create a greater customer value creation process. As per the study, green knowledge reinstate the education background of the entrepreneurs based on the green business network of the ventures. So as a summary, we could say offering a value for the consumers, it's a basic and fundamental obligativity that an enterprise can do. Rising entrepreneurial activities of economy would be the transformation which would lead to the green consumerism or the green trade with the economic development. The actions and the behavior of consumer intention for good impact could lead to the green consumerism and the natural environment protection. Green trust, green value need to create the uniqueness for the consumers, those who are attached with those product purchase intention. Positive attitudes towards the green products do not always lead to action to purchase of these products. However, the enterprise need to be used proper marketing information to challenge and change beliefs of the nature and society to convert consumers into the environmentally green consumer segments. And this conversion only can happen when consumers are given the good awareness or the good intimation about the green relevant to the green scented items. It's also possible to empirically investigate all the segmentation variables such as psychographic criteria or the behavioral criteria affecting green consumer behavior intention in Sri Lanka context in the future research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sivasankar. Thank you very much. Nice presentations. And yeah, Professor Nishanta and Imali, you have any concern? Please.
Sankar, right? Thank you very much for your presentation. What I have observed is in your presentation and your paper, you using some synonyms like sustainable, eco entrepreneurship, and green, right? They are more similar words, but the thing is like there should be a consistency in your paper, right? And definition also, there are differences are there. Therefore, you have to concern that aspects. The one thing. The second thing I would like to mention is that your research is more qualitative study, right? But when I see the objectives, I have seen that very specific, like nature is more into the quantitative aspects, right? Therefore, it's in a qualitative research, you are going to explore the things and see the situation, right? but that your objectives and research questions, I think, should be aligned to the qualitative aspect, right? That and the final observation is when you write the implications, you have those implications should come with your research. That what you have observed is on what are the green practices value creation. Then implication you are talking about the consumers will buy these kind of things and all. But you haven't studied on consumer behavior. You have studied what practices, how they create the value. Therefore, when you write in the implications, you have those implications should arise from your research. Those are my observations.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't have any comments, Mr. Shankar, and thank you very much. Your presentation style is really nice. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and wish you good luck.
So we have come to the end of our session. Before ending, please, we are planning to take a session photograph. So I request you all to on your videos and for a moment. Please turn on the videos. Please turn on your videos.
That is okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And our Professor Himali and Professor Nishant, we have to discuss, and we will be here, and others will.
Thank you very much, Professor, for inviting for this occasion.
Thank you for your commitment and Professor Himali and Nishant.
Yes, Himali.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, and inviting me as the panel member.
Yeah, Delini, we can make sure that everyone left, and we will have judgment for this.
Okay, sir. So there is another session in this link also. Same link.
Yeah. So we will send. So shall we send to the email for this?
Yes, sir. That's good.
Yeah. Okay. We will send the email. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The next session is 3 MT or this or when another sessions?
The evening session. It will be starting 3 o'clock.
Good morning to all of you. Professor Samanta Kumara is there. Professor M.I.M. Hilal is also there. So we are starting the first track as such. And straight away we'll move on to the presentations of papers. Now we have the first paper. Is Mr. Tamal D. Silva available? He is going to make a presentation on factors affecting the effectiveness of promotional SMS communication in the Sri Lankan fashion retail sector. Mr. Tamal D. Silva, are you there? Yeah. Now before we start, Tamal is there, no? Before we start, Professor Samanta Kumara, would you like to speak for the introduction point, please? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm audible to you.
Yeah, very much.
Okay, then. Good afternoon again. Thank you very much. And I hope all are ready. I think we have here, let me take the names. Professor Hilal and Professor Chandrasekhar as session chairs. I'm Samantha here. So I'm the one who is supposed to take the 3 papers, and then it will go to Professor Hilal and Professor Chandrasekhar. Is that the way?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Yeah. Okay, then I hope you all are ready to make your presentation. As I came to know that all are recorded, and then, but the recorded, the tapes will be played, but all the authors should be there, because initially the presentation is scheduled for 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes discussion. So that is the way. I hope the presenters for 3 papers, initially impact of social media influences on impulsive buying behavior with special reference to social media users in Sri Lanka. The presenters are here, and the other first one is the factors affecting, 78, and the 44 and 45.
Yeah, then we will go accordingly, one by one.
Yeah, we'll go accordingly.
So, Professor Hilal, would you like to say something before we start?
Hilal, happy to see you.
Yeah.
How are you?
I think you have to unmute.
Yeah, Hilal, you're muted. We can't hear you, Hilal.
Yeah, please
Hilal,
unmute.
Hilal, we can't hear you.
Actually,
yes.
both of you have, spoken everything, right? So the guidelines and everything, how we need to, how the candidates have to present and things like that. So we can go straight away, go to the presentation. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
So we will ask Tamal. Tamal, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Yeah, please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
I think you are not audible. Tamal, you are not audible.
Hello everyone, I'm Tamal De Silva, accompanied by my co-author, Professor Chandrasekhar. The research topic or the research title that will be discussed today would be Factors Affecting the Effectiveness of Promotional SMS Communication in the Sri Lankan Fashion Sector. With that note, let me start the presentation. So I think this is not a phenomenon which we are not familiar with. It's something that has happened to every one of us. So when we shop with certain retailers, when we provide our information for them for certain purposes, especially when we provide our information for their loyalty programs, they reach back to us, they SMS back to us, they utilize our information to share their promotional SMSs. But my research problem or the research area would be how effective these promotional communications are. Are they targeted to us? Just if you look at the screen's example, if a male person, if someone like me is looking at the screen, where is it going? Is it relevant to me? Is it really needed? So even though these messages are sent, we are here to look at how effective they are and how these factors can be improved. If we look at this statistically, as we all know, Sri Lankan fashion retail sector is a large sector, and in the Sri Lankan context, more than 60% of our retailers or retail consumers are loyal to a certain retailer. More than 85% of their revenue is generated to the customers that are registered in their databases. And these are the stats of how loyalty programs are working on. If you look at the stats of how promotional communications are going on, if you look at globally, 350 billion SMSs are sent globally, and 15% of them are promotional communications. So just imagine the number of SMSs that we are looking at. But even though this many SMSs are sent, if you look at this, 90% of the customers mentioned as their promotional SMSs that they receive have nothing to do with their interest. So where we are, what's the current progress or how it is progressing. But if you look at this statistically, 800% of engagement increments can be seen if we utilize data-driven personalization. So if we utilize this data properly, we can improve the engagement by 800%. So that's the potential we should target on. With this note, let me brief you about my literature review. So we have studied more than 50 journal articles for the study, and the key variables that were derived for the literature study were loyalty card data utilization, past purchase data utilization, and the dynamic customer segmentation. If you look at it closely, when a retail customer or a fashion retailer is doing like when they're purchasing something, when they're doing the transaction, along with their products, they would present their loyalty card. So when we submit that loyalty card, the loyalty card information can be taken in. There are geodemographics, there are a lot of other information are captured through this loyalty card. Also, their purchase versus behavior. Like if we understand this customer as a unique entity, we can look at their past purchases and we can understand, okay, what are the items that this person is purchasing. So basically, we can utilize their past purchase behavior as well as their loyalty information to give a more targeted promotional communication. Also, the dynamic customer segment. Dynamic customer segment is not something that is static or not something that is very generic. Just dynamic customer segment is a small micro segment which updates more frequently. So these are my variables. And if you look at related certain theories that we discuss in the literature, customer lifetime value, market basket analysis, it's affinity. It's also known as affinity analysis. It's an unsupervised data mining method, as well as RFM or the recency frequency monitoring theory. These are some theories we discuss in the literature. And along with the literature study and the introduction work, as I mentioned, the three variables we have identified has been presented in the conceptual framework, where it's presented with the hypothesis where the loyalty card data utilization has an impact on the effectiveness of the promotional communication. Past purchase data has an impact on the promotional communication. Dynamic customer segmentation again has an impact on the promotional communication. So with this conceptual framework, the data analysis for the population was discussed. So in order to understand the population or to design the sample, Saunders' onion model was followed, and only the customers or the loyalty customers in the Colombo district or the selected fashion retailers were taken for the study. But there were a few limitations. Odell alone has around 680,000 loyalty customers. So there is no primary or secondary data that reveals how many of them are from the Colombo district, or how many of the customers are there. So basically, the sample size for the population is currently unknown. But if we follow the Morgan's table, if the sample size is above 100,000, we can go with the Morgan number where we can take the sample size as 384. And this was done as a quantitative study. However, even though it's a quantitative study, since author is unaware of the population, even though it's a quantitative study, we have gone with the convenience sampling technique because the population is unknown. And along with that, the data analysis was done, and this was shared among more than 450 individuals, and there has been responses of 347. If you look at the descriptives, the age distribution or the gender distribution has been almost equal, where 42% equals mentions male and 54 represent female. And since the convenience sampling method was used, the age ranges are somewhat similar to the age ranges that we were able to reach out. So 18 to 29 and 30 to 39 are the age ranges that the survey was conducted with. If you look at the reliability of the study, the cron batch alpha was used. As you can see, all the variables are having a value above 0.5, which is showing a high reliability, and all the variables are having a high reliability, which lets us continue with the data analysis. If you look at the hypothesis validation, all the hypotheses were accepted due to the significance, the total significant value being 0.0, which is less than 0.05. And out of them, 2 of them are having a strong positive relationship under the Pearson correlation, and 1 of them are having a positive relationship. However, all the hypotheses were accepted in this data analysis. Also, if you look at the final model summary, the conceptual framework, the adjusted R-square value is 0.72, which means that more than 72% of the variations are depicted by this model. And also, since the significance F value is less than 0.05, this model is finally accepted as well. So those are the final concerns or the final outcomes of the data analysis. With that, if you move on to the conclusions, all the variables were accepted looking at the primary and the secondary data. And a few recommendations were given, such as to start with loyalty card data utilization, first we need to start with visualization tools utilization such as Power BI, Tableau, to understand what kind of a potential that is there. And without starting from scratch, we can implement or we can utilize already developed softwares to do that. And also, if you look at the past purchase data utilization, we can move on to big data solutions, and we should focus on the omni-channel shopping experience, because that's the new buzzword. Omni-channel shopping experience is where the shopping experience is heading towards. Finally, if we can achieve the dynamic customer segmentations, where we look at dynamic customers, not very static or very lower level dynamic material is more relevant. And also looking at limitations, like I have mentioned, there are a few limitations as well. And also if you look at the contribution, most of the studies have been conducted in the same domain in the USA or the Europe domain. So we are adding value to the Asian and the Sri Lankan domain. And also most of the studies are on the e-commerce experience, how we can utilize this online data. But we are looking at, through this study, we are looking at how to utilize offline data, the neglected offline databases, how we can utilize those data to make sense and make money out of it, make more insights out of it. Finally, if you look at our model, it's a cycle where it starts with the customer and ends with the customer. Customer comes to the POS system, they present their products with their loyalty card, all the data are recorded, it's then gone through a funnel to do a filtration, and the audience is targeted and the campaign is lost. So basically with this study, with this approach, we are moving from a single switch to a remote control. Earlier, the marketers had a single switch where they would run a basic campaign for everyone. But now with this study, we are giving them the control, or we are giving them the option to run it anytime they want, any audience they want, with different variations. The marketing mix will change based on the audience. So this is where the future of offline marketing will head. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tamal D. Silva. Now we will take up questions. First I'll ask some 2 questions, and then probably Professor Samanda as well as Professor Hilal will be asking questions. Now, Mr. Tamal, see, when you are expected to reach 384, why did you limit it to 347? Sample size.
No, actually, sir, my sample size was like I reached out to around 450 audience, but the valid responses I could take in was
see, when you have decided that you are going to follow Morgan's table and then go with 384, then it is important that you reach 384. You will have to send as many number of questionnaires so that you get valid 384 responses. Otherwise, there is no point in doing the sample size analysis, right? Yeah. So the calculator itself gives you an idea that it has to be at 384. You have to stick to 384. Okay. And another thing is, your study is on promotional SMS. Now, promotional SMS, like for example, in your country, you have for Dialog as a player. Now, Dialog gives an option for a consumer to stop these promotional SMS campaigns. So the customer will switch off from the promotional SMS campaigns. Have you come across this particular issue in your study?
Yes, Professor. Like that option is there as a common platform to give them, like it's actually enforced by the consumer authority, where consumer affairs authority, where they have given the option. Yeah. So that is already there, Professor. But I have not taken it as a separate entity because it would be like common for any promotional message. Like it is not directly like specific to the area that I'm focused on. Like I'm focusing on the promotional SMSs that was sent by the fashion retailers, but that specific scenario you are talking about, Professor, that's like a common phenomenon there that's enforced by the consumer authority. So because of that, I didn't want to specifically highlight that.
No, I agree. But we are moving now from a platform of SMS to WhatsApp, and we are moving to other social media platforms. So there will be a disconnect after some time. There will be an issue. That's what I wanted to comment. Yes, Professor Samantha. Professor Samantha.
Yeah, Tamal, good work, good presentation, and a bit informative. But just for my clarification and curiosity, I just want to ask you a few, not questions, just some points to clarify. The topic says factors affecting the effectiveness of blah, blah, blah. But your statistics, the hypothesis that you have developed are based on the relationship. So, and in addition to the relationship, the Pearson correlation, you have conducted multiple regression. So why did you focus on relationship rather getting the multiple regression statistics? Because you were looking at the impact or the influence. So my suggestion is get the multiple regression statistic rather the relationship or the Pearson correlation one. Because if you're looking at relationship, that's all right. It doesn't mean that you are wrong, but you have not addressed the key thing that you want to address in the topic.
Yeah, Professor. Like I started with the Pearson correlation just to understand how strong the relationships are. But in the next latter part of the data analysis, I have concluded it with the multiple regression, where I utilize all the 4 variables, dependent and the independent. And there it was like the R squared value, the effectiveness was around 72%. Yes.
Yeah, but the point is that by looking at the title, we understand that you wanted to examine the impact of independent variable on the dependent variable.
Yes.
But in the analysis, you basically highlight the relationship.
Yes.
For me, it is a bit inappropriate.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, I agree with Professor Chandrasekhar, the sample selection and all. So I just want to know about the variables, independent variable, the construct that you have taken 3 constructs there. So what are the sources of the items or the measurements or the variables of each construct? You have not given that. If I go to the conceptual framework, I notice that you have taken market where it is. There it says past purchase something and the dynamic customer, and you say you have taken even the Cronbach alpha, the reliability statistic. They are better if you have given us the variables of each construct, say loyalty card utilization, past purchase data utilization and all.
That part was I have mentioned under the literature review. The variable selection.
But the sources and all.
That was mentioned under the literature summary, Professor, but I didn't attach it to the presentation. It was in the research paper. I also added the operationalization table where what are the.
But you have not given here.
Yeah, I didn't add it to the presentation, but I gave it in the report, like with the 10 minutes duration. Like it was like kind of hard to cover all the parts, so I excluded those areas to the research paper, and I kept only the summary of it here. But yeah. The operationalization
even I don't see it clearly in the literature review. You have given some citations, references and all, but from where you took those 3 variables and all. So much better if you could give us them in a table like a presentation. And you did not have any sort of analysis of demographic factor impacts on whatever the things that you want to examine. I mean, you have gender for the male, female. Did you see whether males are a bit oriented than male, and some sort of the difference of gender impact on whatever the dependent variable?
I actually had that analysis, Professor, but I didn't want to like highlight that part because I didn't see much of a variance there, because everyone was like having like a similar kind of a similar structure. Yes, and also audience was like almost 50-50. So
even past data, past purchase data utilization, both were in the same direction.
Same direction. Yeah, there were outliers, Professor. Even I have highlighted.
There were outliers, or there were not.
There were few outliers where they agreed on like now if we stick to past purchase behavior, Professor, like we would get recommendations only on what we have shopped, but that will limit us to explore new things. So that limitation is there from the beginning of this study. But other than that outlier, Professor, there has not been any other variables like which I could differentiate between male and female. But that common factor which I mentioned, like
even the say age. So you have basically two main types of age groups. Between them, even you saw the similarities or differences?
It was basically similar. Those ranges are because since I went with the convenience sampling technique, Professor, like all were in the range of my age and in the same area that I live in. All these constraints were there. So maybe due to that. But if we expand it to like a large audience, maybe I could have noticed the differences. But since I used the convenience sampling where I reached out to audience which is kind of similar to me, it was pretty much similar, Professor.
And you don't have any say justification of having Odell, no limit, and CIB, just randomly selected, or you have any?
Yeah, there was a justification which I have added to the appendix as well, where I first went through industry categorization, where I looked at certain retailers who can maintain this kind of a IT infrastructure, because that should be the first case. And also I looked at how many outlets that are there, because if there's only one outlet and it's just specific to that, the usage of this is not that much relevant. Likewise, I looked at certain parameters and finalized these three retailers.
Sample, I mean, the data collection, you use Google Form or you meet them in person?
It's a Google Form. Google Form. Yes, Google Form.
Okay, then. Thank you very much, Professor Ansrekar. I'm done.
Thanks,
Thank you, Professor. Now, Professor Hilal.
Yes, it's what's his name is
Tamal.
Yeah, Tamal de Silva, right? So factors affecting the effectiveness of promotional SMS communication. So I also have some clarifications, right? So however, I actually endorsed the comments given by two other Professor Chandrasekar and Professor Samantha Kumar, because this operationalization is very important for a research, right? So now see, for example, if you look at the conceptual frameworks that you have developed here, we could not see the explanations how the variables are related with the your dependent variable, right? So, but you have taken some literature, right? But you have written that under the review of literature, right? In your full paper also, right? And so now see, I just want to know, right? So whether you have developed the questionnaires on your own, or whether you have adapted this one.
Yeah, to answer that question, yes, sir. The operationalization table, it's actually attached to the research paper appendix due to the word limitations and also with the presentation limitations. It's operational table. I only attach it to the appendix of the research paper. And yeah, when creating the questionnaire, I basically first understood what are the indicators that I wanted to work on. By going through all the research papers, the main indicator that I understood, that was my first filtration. Then there onwards, the questionnaire development was purely done by me. Like I wanted to ask a question which reflects on that indicator I identified. So that questionnaire development was done like it was the original work. It was not like you mentioned, it's not carried upon by a different like a paper. I started from the I started from understanding the indicators first, and then there I built the questionnaire on my own.
Yeah. So then, how did you develop the scale?
I didn't understand it.
Okay, fine. So other thing is, have you done the pilot survey?
Yeah. So when I
have you
created
mentioned it in the in your paper?
No, not really. Not in the paper.
Okay. Right. So now see in the sample that you have taken, right? So you have taken the no limits, ORDL and CIB, right?
Yes.
So those are the people only using these SMS?
No, the sample, like the questionnaire actually starts it whether you have shopped with these customers, sorry, shop with these retailers. If yes, only the questionnaire proceed ahead. So the sample that I have, like the responses I have taken in that 347 responses, the filtered ones were only based on those three categories. Like the other categories were rejected in the
right. So finally, so what are the factors that really influence the effectiveness of SMS promotions here in the fashion clothes?
Yeah, as per the study that I have done, so it could be basically like we should be able to utilize the loyalty card data, where that means our geodemographics, our gender, age, and everything, location. Even like let's say I'm shopping from like Candy outlet, so I'm getting a promotion from Colombo outlets. It's not gonna make much sense to me. Likewise, geodemographics would come under the loyalty card data, and the past purchase behavior would reflect on what type of items that I would purchasing. Like if I am someone who is purchasing Levi's jeans, so if there is a promotion on that jeans, I should be notified. But let's say I'm not a branded shopper, like in that case, notify me that says won't be that much effective, but it could be impulsive buying. I could be motivated and go there and buy it as well. But mostly, if my past purchases are reflected, there is a high chance that I would go there rather than reading a irrelevant message. Thirdly, the third variable would be dynamic customer segmentation, which is like now most of the retailers in my study I have identified, but like they are doing like a basic segmentation. Like they have our customer base is divided into male and female, or like youngsters and older generation. Like they have a very basic segmentation, but with my literature I identified that there is like a major gap in the segmentation. It should be very dynamic and it should be like updating real time, because there are different behaviors among small groups of customer segments as well. So that's why I have taken it as like dynamically segmenting the customers rather than sticking to a static segmentation. So in that note, Professor, so those three would be the final variables that I was able to finalize in the study.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor.
Shall we go with the next presenter?
Yes.
Okay, I'll play the next video. Thank you.
Welcome to First International Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship 2022. Our topic is Impact of Social Media Influencers on Impulsive Buying Behavior, with a special reference to social media users in Sri Lanka. We are Darshi Vitarana, Tarandu Ratnayaka, Chamitha Lakshan from the Department of Marketing Management, the Open University of Sri Lanka. This is the outline of our study. The last decade has been very effective in terms of the promising technological advancement and transformations where social media has taken the priority among all the components which are being used today. A social media influencer is someone who has developed a loyal following through their online content creation and who has the capacity to incite a behavior with his or her followers. In addition, individual who has the capacity to encourage a significant group of followers to make purchasing decisions. Impulsive buying is a tendency of a consumer to buy goods and services without planning in advance when a customer takes such decisions at the very moment. It is usually directed and controlled by emotions and feelings. Simply, it means sudden desire to buy something. With the sudden boom of social media influencers and their impact on consumer purchasing intentions has been considerably emerged in recent years. It is no longer just celebrities who influence society's tastes, but social media influencers also do a major role. Most of the businesses use social media influencers to reach their target audience, which provides numerous advantages for both influencers and for the marketing firms. A business that wants to reach a specific set of audience at a scale would follow the trend to use social media influencers to reach their goals. We have identified two main research
Something is wrong with the presentation? Oh,
yeah. So
I thought that the technical failure is from my end.
No,
from
no,
there.
no. I also could not listen to her.
Is there anybody, somebody who is playing the video? I think it's a video, the recorded one. Can you start the playing it?
So that has gone, no?
I think something is wrong.
Candidate also gone.
Professor Chandrasekhar, you have the authority to, I mean, the control power or what? We don't have any control power. Yeah, just. I think it was a recorded.
Is it? Is it
Yeah,
recorded
I think, yeah, recorded one. Then Professor Chandrasekhar, we will go for the next one. Neda. Or else we are having,
next one. Yeah.
Professor Chandrasekhar, you better take the next one then. You can't hear anyone. Page number 46, paper ID 46.
Yeah, 46 or 45?
Yes.
45 also is there.
Yeah, 45. 44, 45.
Yeah.
Do we have Lahiru to the team? Lahiru Ravishan Fernando and the other one, Fuvan Thai Selvarajan. Are we audible to others? Who is Lahiru? Paper ID 45. Paper ID. Are we audible to others? You are muted. Oh my God, somebody.
Oh, I see. So I think we can.
Hilal, I think we can't do it. I mean, check. Unmute others. Now, how is the situation? See whether you can talk now.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, please. I think all of us got unmuted. That is why.
Anyway, I click a button and then now it's all right.
Yeah, now it's all okay. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So go ahead. I mean, you take the key role. I mean, Chandrasekhar. Yeah. Who is the next one?
Yeah, Lahiru. Lahiru is there.
Do we have Lahiru team?
Lahiru paper ID 45. Lahiru is available? You have any
Yes.
problem?
Yes. Yes.
he's there,
Yes,
he's
Lahiru.
there.
Yeah, please come,
Lahiru,
please come.
yeah, you can start. You can start. I mean, we will give you the authority to, so we'll give you the multiple
Please.
participant. Yeah, now you can start sharing and start your presentation. Now it's all right. Yep. Permission given. Yeah, Professor Nalini is calling.
And சரி மதி அவளை விളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് കേട്ടാ ശരി. Is there a problem? I think he is not able to get in.
Told that they are having this the power cut issue.
Oh, that yeah. I was told there is some problem.
Yeah, then who is
Well,
Susil?
Is there another candidate? Paper ID 36, Samarasinghe.
Who is ready to make the presentation?
Yeah. Anybody whoever is ready, you can make a presentation. Then we'll come back to the
Dr. Susil, now you are a host.
Okay.
Now you have the control. Dr. Susil, Professor Nalin asked me to give you the power or the authority, make you as a co-host.
Okay. So whoever else is there who is available, they can actually send a message. We will ensure that you are ready for the presentation.
Yes. Who is ready to make? And paper ID 36. Yes, Professor Hilal, shall we take?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Okay,
We
sure.
can.
Okay. ID 36. So what's your name? The team? 36. We have SD Samarasinghe, CM
Sondarachi
and
Gunaratna.
Gunaratna. Yes. Samarasinghe, you can start sharing and you can start your presentation now. You can start making the presentation.
Okay, good.
But we can't hear you. You are not audible. So we can't hear you.
And merchandising is really important because most of these 70 really becoming important because it's in terms of goods distribution, it's playing a vital role and also making it provides a very convenient location for most of these rural and urban communities as well. And merchandising is really important because most of these 75% of these buying decisions are made in store. And merchandising is the actual tool to make the impact to the purchase decision and also to promote the products. And it's really important aspect in the global practice, but very few Sri Lankan researchers have been carried out in this context. And also it covers most of these larger scale marketers, such as supermarket chains, where the small scale retailers has not been focused. So critical factors which is affecting the success of these practices is to be identified in order to make these small scale retailers to make it more effective merchandising practices, because there is a gap in the adoption of these small merchandising practices and also the success rate of these merchandising practices. We have carried out a pilot study in this the same population, so you can identify like how low the merchandising practices has been practiced by the small scale retailers. Then when you are designing the store to attract the customers, when with the better merchandising options, you can identify the purchasing decision has been influenced and the potential to purchase is increased. And also it minimizes the cognitive ambiguity and the customer is feeling comfortable to make a purchase. And when you are looking at the small scale retailers, there is a gap in adoption of the merchandising practice, and also there is a lack of success in the merchandising practices. So you can identify the retailer's perspective and supplier's perspective and consumer's perspectives. So these are the issues they are facing. So And the general objective will be just to promote the effective use of in-store visual merchandising practices among small-scale retailers. And specific objectives will be to identify the current level of visual merchandising practices and to explain how these factors are affecting the success of visual merchandising practices. When you're looking at the visual merchandising definition, it says like arts and techniques of displaying merchandise in appealing manner, which includes windows, displays, signs, interior displays, and shelves, etc. So visual merchandising is really, really critical for the customer in purchasing decisions. So it can convert the window shoppers to prospective buyers and then into buyers and repeat buyers and loyal customers. So visual merchandising can simply increase the store attractiveness, which is increase the perceived customer image towards the store. And also it provides a contextual cue for higher perceived quality, higher product quality, and better store image. So pleasant store atmosphere, which is positively related towards customer satisfaction, and also it proves for purchasing decisions. Atmosphere is a stimuli for actual and emotional needs of the customer, so he will be able to purchase easily without cognitive disorders. So knowledge of the retailers is one of the major factors which is affecting the success of the retailing practice, merchandising practices. So knowledge and skill is on marketing and merchandising is vital for the success, such as similar to any other domain. Due to lack of knowledge, most retailers have got a misunderstanding where that they view selling as the same as the retailer. So lack of quality or knowledge about the retailers, which will be just affecting the influence on the customer's perception towards the store. The management of space is another aspect which is affecting the success of merchandising practices. So it depends on how effectively you are using the space for merchandising practices. So success depends on the way the products are presented and related in rational manner in a relative ways. So visibility and accessibility of products can be maximized from space utilization and planning. Space management benefits the customer by easily finding the products that is required by him. So actually there are two ways. It creates a win-win situation both to the customer and the retailer. In the site layout is similar. The customers are influenced by the properly planned layout. So more time-consuming and empowered consumers, such as urbanized and professional communities, are attracted by the supermarkets just because of this reason. If you look at them, they have very creative displays which make it more easier for the customers to find and locate a particular product that he requires. Store layouts has been challenging for most of the retailers due to lack of the knowledge and also lack of the space also. So it enhances the effectiveness of the visual merchandising techniques as well. So in the visual spectrum, it's basically placing the displays and products strategically, which is becoming really, really important. It is becoming a main provocation where it can create the need to purchase within the customer. Attractive stores displays can moderate the choice of search and induce the impulse to purchase. So accurate shelves, store products, correct heights and space will induce the purchasing decision. Based on the literature review, we have identified these independent variables: knowledge of the small-scale retailers on merchandising practices, gross square feet required available for merchandising, visual spectrum of the store, and the store layout, which are the independent variables. And the dependent variables is success of the merchandising practices. So our sampling is based on the non-probabilistic sampling, where that judgmental sampling has been used to select small and medium-scale retailers and sample
Yeah, I think there is a problem again.
There is a serious problem.
A serious problem, yeah.
I think it's
Was it Chandrasekhar, you are Sri Lankan University one, or you are from India?
Yeah.
No, he's actually from Kerala.
From Kerala. Is
India.
that so?
I know him very well.
You know.
Dr. Hilal is a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, the power, the issue comes even to my computer.
Yeah.
Because we don't have power.
I think this is the problem. This is the results of the power cut, right?
Power cut, yes. I think we all have the issue. Even in few minutes time, I will be gone out.
Even this, what you call
my God.
Data. So I have to take the other computer.
Data and everything's very slow now.
Very slow. How is the Kerala situation?
Kerala, there is no problem. Everything is all right. But in our department, there are construction activities going on. We are creating, theater classrooms. Because of that, theater classrooms, big theater classrooms. But
You have
because
started
we
your
got-
offline teaching? Have you started
yeah,
your
we
offline?
About 2 months back itself we started.
All offline now?
Yeah, completely offline, no online.
Hilal, what about you? We are going to start in May because we just completed our examination. So after 1 month time, we are going for offline total. What about
I
you?
see. So
now we don't have any
are-
COVID issue.
We are having the examination for the first year students now. Right. So, and we are planning to take final year and the second year students, right, physically on 18th this month.
Is it so? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but again, the problem, no, people
Yeah,
have
yeah.
more fuel, right?
The crisis in the
Transport, right?
country.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know what is going to happen.
The Kerala, you don't have, the COVID is gone now. COVID is gone.
No, in fact, entire Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, all these places, people are not using the mask. But now in Kerala, we are using the mask, but slowly we are not using it within the rooms.
Yes. Even on roads and all, in our offices we used, but in general now, I mean, now we will not be using it in few weeks time. So COVID is not the issue, but the issue is the crisis that we have.
Yeah.
That's
So
the
no
issue.
one is talking about the COVID now.
Yeah. COVID is gone, forgotten.
Gone.
Yeah.
Because you have much more difficult things to face,
Yeah. In the country,
that is
in the
the point.
economy, and that is the issue. The corrupted politicians and all. So the country, we don't know where it is heading now.
Can we move on to any
other? Yeah. The 45 ID, the paper ID.
45. Lahiru is there. Lahiru, can
Lahiru,
you?
are you ready? Lahiru.
If
Are you with
Lahiru is
us?
not there, then paper ID 21.
If something is wrong with my computer, I'll take the other one.
Not
Because
21. Now we have 46.
yeah, we have to
69.
unmute you. Sorry. Something is wrong. I mean, I gave the authority to somebody who is.
Who else is ready? Anybody gave a message? Paper ID 36 is muted again. That is what they are saying.
Now the issue is that we have to unmute and ask to. How is the situation now, Lahiru? Now you can talk.
Now I can.
Yes,
So
extremely sorry that we have all these difficulties because of this the electricity issue. The Lahiru, I think now you can.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can.
Hello. Now. Yes, you can start sharing. Yes, we have given you the authority. Paper ID 36. 45.
45, right? Lahiru is 45.
Yeah. He's the one who is going to make the presentation.
Yeah.
Lahiru, you can start. Please do it. Lahiru, we can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. Still, we can't hear you. I don't know whether I have the problem, but seems we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear. We can't hear.
So I have shared it already.
Yeah, we can see. I mean, now it is gone. We could see your slide, but we could not hear you.
Okay.
The next present is Lahiru, right? So I'm going to share the video. That's okay?
Yeah, Lahiru, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Now we can see your desktop screen, not the presentation.
I will stop sharing, so I'll be sharing from here.
Okay, yeah. Susil, yes, Susil. Dr. Susil, you take the chair. Yeah.
Our research topic is factors affecting purchasing behavior towards textiles in the Nigambo area, Sri Lanka. Myself, I am Lahiru Fernando, and Dr. Pungodi Selvarajan have jointly done this research. This is the content of our research: background, then research problem, research objectives, literature reviews, methodology, hypothesis, data analysis, findings and conclusion, then recommendations, finally the references. First of all, look at the background of our research. So as we all know, textile arises so many fashion trends in the world day by day. So people tend to buy more fashionable textiles day by day. So many researchers have been shown that there are some factors affecting on shopping for many years, but they have reported those factors are differing time to time and year by year. So as we all know, there are two categories of consumers based on how they behave in purchasing. They are impulse buyers and the rational buyers. Impulse buyers are the buyers, those who are not having an idea or plan before purchasing something. Rational buyers have a plan and or idea before purchasing something. So the study tries to investigate the demographic and socio-economic factors which are affecting on purchasing behavior towards textiles. As we took gender, age, civil status as demographic factors, need for uniqueness, quality, price as socio-economic factors for further analyzing. So this is a research problem. As we all know, purchase behavior is a key important factor in consumers during considering and evaluating a certain product. A number of research proved that there are socio-economic and demographic factors affecting on purchasing behavior. But there are inadequate research investigating the factors affecting to purchasing behavior towards textile. Recently, textile marketers are facing many problems in identifying how their consumers behave in their textile shops. While some researchers have examined factors affecting shopping behavior, but the factors affecting consumer behavior towards textile in Sri Lankan context are rarely examined. That's why we took this area to research. Our primary objective is to find out the factors impact on purchasing behavior towards textile. The secondary objectives are to assess the correlation between socio-economic factors and purchasing behavior towards textile, and to investigate demographic factors of the respondent towards textile purchasing behavior, and to examine the socio-economic
Yes, Lahiru, we cannot hear you.
Give me a moment, Professor. I will share it.
Okay.
regression. So this is the conceptual framework that implies the relationship between independent and dependent variable. Under the independent variable, socio-economic factors, need for uniqueness, quality, and the price. The purchasing behavior we can categorize as impulsive buying behavior and the rational buying behavior. These are the main three hypotheses of our research. H1, need for uniqueness, has a significant impact on purchasing behavior towards textile. H2, quality has a significant impact on purchasing behavior towards textile. And the H3 is the price has a significant impact on purchasing behavior towards textiles. So this is the data analysis. As you all know, the demographic factor analysis is this. We can see the 51.4% of male respondents are not having an idea or plan before purchasing textiles. When it comes to the female, 86.7% of female respondents are having an idea or plan before purchasing textiles. All three age groups, 18 to 25, 26 to 35, 35 and above, all the respondents, most of the respondents are having an idea or plan before purchasing textiles. When it comes to civil status, single respondents more like to not have an idea or plan before purchasing textiles. It is 57.6%. Most of the married respondents are having an idea or plan before purchasing textiles. The rate is 65.9%. This is the reliability test. Need for uniqueness, price, and quality. All three variables are highly reliable. Contra alpha value is more than 0.7. This is a correlation analysis. Need for uniqueness, price, and quality are correlated with purchasing behavior. Need for uniqueness is positive, strong relationship between purchasing behavior, it is 0.608. Price and purchasing behavior is poor but positive relationship, it is 0.348. Quality and the purchasing behavior at moderate positive relationship, it is 0.594. Multiple regression analysis, impact of socioeconomic factors on purchasing behavior. You can see the adjusted R-square is 0.673. But we can see 67.3% of purchasing behavior is described by socioeconomic factors. Summary of the research hypothesis of socioeconomic factors. All three hypotheses H1, H2, H3 are accepted under 0.05 level. So we can say need for uniqueness, quality, and price are significantly impact on purchasing behavior towards textile. The beta value of the three variables says that need for uniqueness is the high influencing factor impact on purchasing behavior towards textile. The beta value is 0.271. The second important factor is the quality. The beta value is 0.167. The least influencing factor is the price. The beta value is 0.142. Based on our analysis, these are the findings and conclusion. That we can say large proportion of females are rational bias. The large proportion of males are impulsive bias. Bias from 18 to 25, 26 to 35, about 35 age groups. Most of the bias are rational bias. Large proportion of married consumers are rational bias, while large proportion of single consumers are impulsive bias. Need for uniqueness is the highest influencing factor on purchasing behavior towards textile. Then the quality is the next important factor. The least important factor is the price for purchasing habits of Negombo textile consumers. These are the recommendations of our research. Giving more priority to female consumers since they intentionally engage in the textile shopping. We can pay more attention in the way of displaying clothes in ladies' wear sections. Giving priority to young age consumers other than the old age consumers in textile shopping. Then giving priority to people who do family shopping, can provide staying area facilities for them. Giving more priority need for uniqueness when marketing textiles, then ensure the quality as the second important factor. Pay attention on price as the least important factor impact on purchasing behavior towards textiles. So those are the references of our research presentation. And thank you so much. Any question?
Yeah. Thank you. Now see, why did you go for a general area of textiles? Because textiles has to be very specific. Nowadays we are talking about whether it is male garment, female garments, and again the garments itself, there are specializations which have come in. Fashion retailing has become a major aspect of discussion. So why have you restricted your study to only textiles, which is basically generic in nature? Why did you restrict? That's my first question.
Is restricted from the factors, sir?
No, I'm just asking, why did you restrict it to only textiles area?
So I want to do my research on the textile industry. So here in Sri Lanka, the textile marketers are facing a lot of problem in how the consumers behave inside of the textile shops. So they need to make the strategies according to the way they behave, because those the factors changing day by day. But textile marketers still they not understand and identify the correct strategies.
No. Wait. Let me clarify. Your study is only with respect to the purchasing behavior and not with respect to products. Did you understand my question?
So I couldn't hear it.
Lahiru, what now? Let me be clear about. Let me be clear about it. Like example, when you say textiles in Negombo area, what do you mean by textiles in Negombo?
It's about the textile shops. So it's all about the textile shops in Negombo area. How the consumers behave inside of the textile shops in the Negombo area.
Now, No, the point is textile shops. Okay, multiple shops are there. You have chosen only textile shop, right?
Yeah.
But then the profile of the people who are going to purchase textiles will be different.
Yeah.
And naturally, the purchasing behavior will be different.
Yeah.
So that is what I was trying to find out. Are you trying only to study the purchasing behavior? That's all.
So that's why all the consumers, how they behave inside of the textile shops.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
How they are
That
behaving.
indicates clearly that you are not focusing on the product. Only the textiles, the constant there, and your variables are basically the behavior variables. Correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. If that is the case, if that is the case, then have you studied the pre-purchase behavior and the post-purchase behavior? What is that you have taken? Is it that you have taken both, or you have taken only the purchasing behavior in the shop?
Yeah, I have taken both, sir. So some respondents are post-purchasing, some respondents are pre-purchasing, both. But they are telling their answers according to my questionnaire.
Okay.
So the purchasing behavior means how they behave inside of the textile shop.
Fine. Okay, Professor Samantha, you can go on.
Thank you. A good presentation. I fully agree with Professor Chandrasekhar's concerns of your study. And Lahir, my concern basically, so if you go to your title, it says something about the factor. Let me take it. It is about factors affecting the purchasing behavior. I fully agree with Professor Chandrasekhar's concern, because you have see your conceptual framework, and even somewhere in the problem statement and even in the objective, you say that you wanted to see how the literature and all are a bit old. We say so to get new citations and new references. You say that you want to study how gender, age groups, and civil status influence on textile shopping. So that is what you wanted to see. Even when you conclude, I noticed that you said something about the impact of gender and all. If you go to the slide and all, but your hypotheses are different. You say that you want to assess the correlation between socio-economic factors and purchasing behavior.
Only the socio-economic
the correlation between socio-economic factors,
demographic factors, how the demographic factors are changing.
And then go to your conceptual framework. Start sharing your presentation.
Yeah.
Conceptual framework. You don't have the presentation now with you, or else?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, start sharing. I will show you that, because you were taking something else there.
The presentation is not here. I have the video.
You have the video.
Yeah.
So my concern.
It's only the socio-economic factors are in this conceptual framework.
And your statistics and all are given with something else.
Yeah, because the editorial committee said me to remove the they have told me only both or get.
See, you say that need for uniqueness, quality, price, impact on purchasing behavior. It's not actually purchasing behavior. It's about impulse purchase and rational purchase. It's not the total. Yeah. So then it is something else. Because why the Professor Chandrasekhar asked the clarification, and you have taken need for uniqueness, quality, and price, socio-economic factors. You have not taken any gender sort of things. Even your statistics is, and even I am a bit confused, because in your conceptualization you have taken two references. One is Chem and et al. And Omar and et al. It is again confusing. So we cannot have that kind of combined sort of conceptual framework, because somebody else has one for our own study. We have to develop our own conceptual framework for our study. Something that they have to revise. And the hypothesis, the research questions and things given at the beginning are different, because the hypothesis one is about need for uniqueness has significant impact on purchasing behavior towards textiles. Quality has significant impact and the price has significant impact. Your conclusions are something else. I don't know how did you get.
In the beginning of the research, I see the reports. I want to say the demographic factors are analyzing through the descriptive statistics.
It should be like this, because you have research objectives, questions, hypothesis, and the analysis with the results. Your results are something else. Your conclusions are something else. Hypotheses are something else. I think something is wrong somewhere. You might had all these, as you say, but when you revise things, things have been blended and mixed, and then some are missing.
The thing is, the demographic factors it cannot analyze it in the as the.
So what are the statistics? You have not given the statistics analysis of impact of gender.
Just the descriptive percentage analysis there.
With the percentage analysis, we can't make such conclusions as you made at the end.
Yeah.
So something is wrong to me. I mean, this is not a kind of complete research study. Because why Professor Ansekar wanted to ask that clarification at the very beginning, because you have not addressed need for sort of things, and all construct are different from your questions and analysis and the conclusions. The three different areas or multiple areas that you have touched. So that my suggestion is better review it again and get the complete paper, or else I'm not happy with the way that you have conducted the research, because the statistics are different, conclusions are different, conceptual framework is different, research questions are different, no any link even. That's all what I have to say, Professor Hilal. Up to you.
No, I actually agree with you, right? So what you have stated. So here in these studies, right? So it was really a good presentation, right? So however, this the total price is not significant, right? In your study. So what are the reasons that you can give us?
I couldn't hear it.
Now see, the total price, right, is not significant variable. It's not a significant variable because it has the significant, I mean, probability value is 0.108, right? It's greater than 0.05. So your hypothesis is not supported, right? So what is the reason for that? Have you given that reason there in your paper?
In the price?
Yeah, Lahiru, you can see your what do you call this table 4.5 beta coefficients.
Yeah.
Right. So where the total price, right? Total price is not supported in your hypothesis.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what is the reason for that? Have you got any reason for this?
Yes, because in the textile industries, these days the people are following only the need for uniqueness and the quality of the textile rather than the price. So I have get that in the survey, all the people are not aware of the prices. It's the least important factor. So marketers should think about first the need for uniqueness, the way they displaying the clothes in textile shops. Then they have to aware of the quality of the clothes as the second important factor. And I get the idea that price is the least important factor from the 140 shoppers in the Negombo area.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lahiru, you made a good presentation, but I think whatever has been the recommendations given to you, I think you please take it forward. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It will be useful to you. Okay.
Thank you very much for the recommendations, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Okay. You can leave. Thank you. Now, I think paper ID 44, they are ready to make presentation again. Darshi? Ms. Susil, can we give a permission?
Yes, we'll play it from our side. Yes, we'll play it from our side.
Yeah. Professor Hilal?
Yeah.
I think Professor Samanda has to leave, no?
Yes, because he has his laptop is.
We have identified two main research objectives for our study. First one is to examine the impact of social media influences on impulsive buying behavior. The other one is to examine the most salient factor among social media influences impacting on impulsive buying behavior. While we are conducting our study, we identified few major concepts that comes under our study. Rise of social media influences, influencer marketing, impulsive buying behavior. And also, regarding the publications of these authors, we have identified 5 variables that have an impact on impulsive buying. As you can see in this conceptual framework, independent variables for our study are trustworthiness, expertise, likability, similarity, familiarity. And the impulsive buying behavior is the dependent variable for our study. And we have identified 5 hypotheses for our study. There is a positive impact of social media influences trustworthiness on impulsive buying. There is a positive impact of social media influences expertise on impulsive buying. There is a positive impact of social media influences likability on impulsive buying. There is a positive impact of social media influences similarity on impulsive buying. There is a positive impact of social media influences familiarity on impulsive buying. Our research approach was qualitative and the survey method was used as our research strategy. Data collection method was self-administered questionnaire online and the social media users in Sri Lanka was the unit of analysis. Convenient sampling technique used as the sampling technique and the size of the sample was 420 respondents. According to the results and discussions, out of 420 samples, 100% of respondents are currently using social media and most of them spend approximately around 1 to 3 hours surfing social media per day. Most of the respondents, it has been shown that WhatsApp, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook are the most popular social media platforms among them. Validity and reliability tests were conducted for this study and gained satisfied results. In this research study, validity was used to measure construct validity. Meanwhile, the shared variance is lower than the average variances extracted and this discriminant validity was fulfilled. Moreover, it can be concluded the measurements are validated. Reliability measures the internal consistency of the measurements and it was ensured that since the Conrad alpha value of each and every variable is higher than 0.7, the test value. After that, in order to test the research hypothesis, correlation analysis and multiple regression analysis have been conducted to examine the influence of independent variables, means social media influences, trustworthiness, expertise, likability, similarity, familiarity on the dependent variable, impulsive buying behavior. Table 1 shows the Pearson correlation table. According to this table, there is a moderate relationship between similarity and impulsive buying behavior. Its value of the Pearson correlation is 0.515. The significant level is 0.0 at 95% confidence level, and as per the details in the table, trustworthiness, expertise, likability, and the familiarity have weak positive relationship with the impulsive buying behavior, since their correlation coefficient is less than 0.4 and their values are respectively 0.390, 0.36, 0.261 and 0.316. Table number 2 shows the summary of regression analysis. The explanatory power illustrates the degree of variance the dependent variable is explained by the independent variables. It can be concluded that 32% of the dependent variable has been explained by the independent variables in this study. Table number 3 shows the ANOVA test. It suggests whether the regression model is significant or not. However, the developed regression model is significant since the p-value is less than 0.05. Table number 4 shows the coefficient. Multiple regression analysis was conducted to examine the impact of social media influences on impulsive buying behavior. However, as you can see in this table, familiarity of the influencers was rejected since the p-value was greater than 0.05. However, the findings revealed that trustworthiness, expertise, likability, and similarity have a significant impact on impulsive buying behavior. As per this table in the screen, 4 out of 5 hypotheses were accepted and the last one was rejected. As per the conclusions of our study, the findings reveal that trustworthiness, expertise, likability, and similarity have a significant impact on impulsive buying behavior. Likability has a negative impact for impulsive buying behavior, where similarity is the salient factor since it has the highest standardized beta coefficient in this study. Familiarity didn't appear to significantly impact the impulsive buying behavior of the social media users in Sri Lanka. When compared with the literature, the findings are somewhat different from the earlier findings in literature and in some cases similar too. Marketing firms in business should acknowledge and react to the trend of using social media influencers to promote the business and reach goals. If I talk about recommendations for future studies, this research adds some value for advertising perspective when considering about the celebrity endorsement characteristics. This may be helpful for social media marketers to rethink and adapt these findings when running on their marketing campaigns using social media influencers. Studying consumer behavior also helps the marketers decide how to present their products in a way that generates maximum impact on consumers. As there are many other personal factors except trustworthiness, expertise, likability, similarity, familiarity, and we are suggesting that those factors can be used in future researches in order to examine the social media influence. And our study was limited to one consumer behavior pattern, that is impulsive buying, but future researchers can examine the social media influences on other consumer behavior patterns such as compulsive buying. These are the literature that we used in our.
Okay. That is a recorded message, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it's a
So
record.
then I don't think we can actually ask questions on that.
No, the author is there. Darshi, you are the author, huh? Now you are
You are
live. Huh?
there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, then the impulsive buying. Impulsive buying is a bigger term if you look at. Okay, when you talk about impulsive buying, it is a matter of emotional buying. Sometimes it could be a patronage buying, but that patronage has a impulsive purchase proposition. So have you in your study included the possible proposition variables?
No, sir. Honestly, when it comes to purchasing behavior, I think it's a fully wide concept. So I investigate what are the types of purchasing behaviors of consumers. Then I found one is compulsive buying, where we need advanced planning in our purchasing. And then I found about impulsive buying, where we don't need advanced planning. Impulsive buying is a sudden desire to buy something. But as you said, I didn't investigate about propositions in impulsive buying. As I wanted to narrow my research study, I selected impulsive buying only out of all the purchasing behaviors for my study.
Okay, there is something called as post-purchase dissonance. Have you included that in your study?
No, sir.
Post-purchase dissonance, which is an important area of discussion. That happens, like you said, there are compulsive buying. In the case of compulsive buying, there are certain issues which are involved in that. And then you have the emotional buying, which is basically involved. See, for example, there are POP displays in retailers. That POP displays are the one which actually influences the emotional buying aspect. So did you find any important aspects which are related to the store locations where there are certain displays which actually influence the emotional buying decisions?
Mainly, there are 5 independent variables. Under that, I tested only trustworthiness, expertise, likability, similarity, and familiarity of social media users towards social media influencers.
Okay, so is there any specific social media you opted, or you have taken in general the social?
I took in generally.
Okay, over to you, sir. Samantha, sir.
Thank you, Professor. The Darshi, my concern is with the sample selection. I mean, how did you pick them? Randomly, based on what? I mean, even as a researcher, you should have the sample respondents, social media users. How did you make sure that all the respondents are using social media?
So it's like this. When I wanted to select the sample, and firstly, as the sample technique, I selected convenient sampling method. That's because if I had to select a random sampling method, there was no sampling frame that can be used, because there are no any specific statistics and a specific list about the data that can be used in my study, who are the exact social media users in Sri Lanka, and who are the social media influencers. So since there are no evidence and no enough data, I selected to use convenient sampling technique. And when it comes to the sample size, I calculated
sampling unit. I mean, my question is, it not sample size, or you had some filter questions at the very beginning of the questionnaire that to make sure you are getting only the social media users to your
No,
survey?
the first question of my questionnaire was, are you a social media user? If yes, you can continue with the questionnaire.
Or
If
else
not, yes, you can close. Then all of the respondents, according to the results, all of the respondents were using social media.
I mean,
At least one platform.
I mean, the usage frequency, I mean, how many times per day, per week, per day? I mean, something like you had that kind of the frequency of using social media sort of filtering question there even?
Yes, I was asking how often they use social media per day. According to the results, most of the respondents were
Most mean how many as a percentage of the sample? How many are using?
47% use 1 to 3 hours, around 1 to 3 hours
per day.
And yes, per day, and they tend to log around 8 times to social media per day.
Just one more clarification. I mean, age range from 18 to 35, or so you wanted to limit the age of the respondents?
No.
No, you did not. I mean, maybe 40, 50
No,
or 60.
no. Honestly, I checked that demographic variable. But
Okay, I understand. Yeah. So better you get that specified, because then only you can talk about your conclusion and suggestions, the narrowed down to your specified sample. I understand good work, but so something again, I mean, we are interested of knowing about that is again a bit relevant to Professor Chandrasekhar's question, impulsive buying behavior. What are the variables or the items that you used to examine the impulsive buying behavior of the respondents? What variables were taken? How many variables were there? Like, I mean, so better if you give us that details, even trustworthiness, how many variables were there, expertise, likability, similarity, and familiarity. We understand that you have given us two sources, but better if you could give us as in a table, like what are the variables that you took to examine, say, in my case, impulsive buying behavior. How many variables were there? I mean, you took that standard the scale from this one of these authors.
Yes, sir. For the five independent variables, 5 questions were to measure trustworthiness and 5 questions were to measure expertise. Likewise.
Impulsive buying behavior?
For the impulsive buying behavior, there were 10 questions.
All were all right. I mean, if you look at this, the reliability and all.
Yes.
You did not remove any. You got things as they were given in those research studies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
I developed them based on earlier findings of another authors.
Okay, thank you very much. Good work. But yeah, to make sure that you give all these details when you report your research.
Honestly, I included all them in the original paper when I did my research for my bachelor. But as for the presentation, I didn't include them. I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's all right. Yeah. Professor Hila, over to you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the paper title, right? So impact of social media influences on the impulsive buying behavior. It's a special reference to the social media users in Sri Lanka, right? So it's a trendy topic right now, right? Most of the people are doing a research in the social media, right? So I just want to ask you, right? How did you sense the research problem now for your study? So actually, when did you do this research?
Last year I did this research.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question? Are you asking about
how did you what motivate you to do a research in the social media?
Okay, so let me explain. It's like this. I mean, the last, if I talk about the last decade, with all the technological advancement, there are increasement of social media usage also. And almost everyone uses smart devices. And also, people would love to spend their time on social media as well. And I like to add this in today's morning sessions also. Professor Philip Kotler pointed out that concepts like rise of social media influencers and social media influencer marketing are very trendy in modern marketing. But if I talk about past, the marketing firms were more focused on celebrities, and where they try to use celebrities to influence the target audience. But the things have changed now. I mean, according to my study, Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, and Instagram are the most popular social media platforms in our country. And if we looked into those social media platforms, we can we usually see we can see social media influencers promote, recommend. It's like this. For example, they promote a place, saying you can go there and spend your vacation. It's a good place, and you can go there and you can buy clothes from this brand. It's good, they are comfortable. Likewise, so than celebrities, influencers are different because we tend to follow them because they comes within us. They come from our level. There are many similarities I see between influencers and ourselves. I mean, in the target audience, in many factors like lifestyle and everything. So I wanted to check whether there's really an impact, of those influence of social media influencers on purchasing behavior of us. But when it, as I said before, when it comes to purchasing behavior, it's a very wide topic. So I narrowed it down to the impulsive buying area. So I wanted to check whether there's really an impact on social media influencers on our impulsive buying behavior. That was my problem for my study.
Okay, so one more thing, right? So now see, I went through your paper, right? I went through your full paper. So you have, after explaining your research problem, right? So all of a sudden you have come for your hypothesis, right? So why is it correct? Is it correct developing a hypothesis in your way?
I mean, I developed based on two models, based on two authors, publications. I mean, simply based on earlier findings. First, I developed, I identified firstly those 5 independent variables, and then I developed the hypothesis.
Okay. And then one more, the final comments, right? So in your paper, in the literature review, you have used, most of the literatures are very old, isn't it? Maybe 2006, right? 2003 or 2000, something like that, right?
Yes.
So it's better to include the latest literature in your literature review, right? So you said you have done your study last year, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's yeah. Okay, then fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your feedback, sir. Thank you.
So can we have the next presenter, please? I think
yes.
21 is not there. So 46.
One of the factors which are affecting the success of the visual merchandising practices of Sri Lankan small-scale retailers. So when you are considering this retail industry, it's really becoming important because it's in terms of vital role.
You have listened to this, right? Already.
Stop
yes, sir, but it was disturbed in the middle, I think.
So what is the ID of this paper?
36.
This is 36.
Ah, okay. Right.
Play this, so shall I go with the next presenter?
No, you wait for 36. That can come, but go to 46 now. Is 46 available?
Okay, I'll play the 46 then.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear research scholars and all the mighties, my topic is the impact of virtual communities as an informational network on purchasing decision making. This is presented by M.N. Gunaratne, H. Ratnaik and UVC Lakchan. We are from Department of Marketing Management, the Open University of Sri Lanka. This is the content, introduction and background, purpose of the study, literature review, methodology, validation of measurement skills, data presentation and analysis, and the discussion. So, if we come to the introduction part, consumers are influenced by a variety of social networks, including but not limited to family, friends, acquaintances, neighbors, and social partners. Some virtual communities do both. Community members are allowed to interact over a shared passion through various means. Writings stated that individuals in virtual communities are motivated to conduct online shopping activities, and it is true especially when individuals from strong social connections and trust within members. As Hung revealed, that members in virtual communities mutually discuss products or brands from multiple dimensions such as prices, effectiveness, reputation, usage, experiences, or potential problems. Virtual communities are individuals using social networks connected through specific social media in order to pursue mutual interests and goals. Using virtual communities is a costly marketing method for small businesses. However, most of the business are unaware about the virtual communities and literature, and literature doesn't provide considerable facts as how it impacting on purchasing decisions, and it needs further consideration. So there are a lot of literature pertaining to these virtual communities. Virtual community can be defined as a group of people with common interests and practices that communicate regularly and for some duration in an organized way over internet through common location or mechanism. The community is constructed around a common interest, experience, or tasks that members have guided by both explicit and implicit code of conduct. So if we come to the purpose of this study, the main purpose of this study is to identify the impact of virtual communities as an information network on purchasing decision making. So these are the hypotheses developed. H1E, these are the alternative hypotheses. H1E is there is a positive impact of perceived benefits and as an information network on consumer decision making. The second one, H1B, is there is a positive impact of sense of belonging as an information network on purchasing decision making. And the third one, there is a positive impact of emotional trust as an information network on consumer decision making. So the expansion of the virtual community can be also with reference to the literature. Virtual community can be defined as the expansion of internet revolutionized business and created numerous opportunities for international trading. Virtual communities have been characterized by some other past researchers as people with shared interests for goals for whom electronic communication is primary form of interaction. as group of people who meet regularly to discuss a subject of interest to all the members. So, the perceived benefit is the our first variable, and perceived benefit is an important stage for online consumers who are considering whether to make an online purchase. When W 2009 stated perceived benefit as a consumer belief about the potential uncertain negative outcomes from the online transaction. And we come to the second variable of our research, independent variable, second independent variable, and it's the experience of personal involvement in a system of environment so that persons feel themselves to be an integral part of the system or environment. Moreover, individuals with a higher sense of belonging are willing to spend more time and effort to participate in the virtual communities. So the emotional trust is the last independent variable impacting. Suppose that may have an impact on dependent variable. Emotional trust is defined as the extent to which one feels secure and comfortable about relying on the trustee. The concept of emotional trust is rooted in sociology, psychology, and even in marketing. And emotional trust includes person's evaluation of cognitive beliefs or his so-called gut feelings. Our modern daily living could be defined by shopping. So that's why we need the person's decision. Decision making here we concern as the dependent variable. Advances in technology have influenced consumer pricing decision by offering more choices and by providing varieties of channels of sales and promotion for products and services. Online shopping has changed the modern day retail landscape and consumer decision making. According to Hansen, consumer purchase decision is a process of psychological and implementation of behavior. So now we come to the conceptual framework, which is the heart of the research. And we have three independent variables, namely perceived benefits, sense of belonging as a decision aid, and emotional trust. Our dependent variable is purchasing decision making. So this is the methodological part, and our research design is cross-sectional research design. And the unit of analysis is individual social media users, the population, which is actually the target population is the social media users at the time of concern. Yeah, we briefly identified this research tried to identify the impact of virtual communities as an information source on person decision making. Our sampling technique is convenience sampling, and the sample size is 333, and where we only approach under the online method, and the data analysis was done by using statistical package for social sciences. So where we come to the scale purification. In this research, we conduct validity tests and reliability tests prior to our analysis, and in this research study, convergent validity was used to measure construct validity. Here the composite reliability was actually higher than the average variance extracted. Meanwhile, the shared variance is lower than the average variance extracted, and thus discriminant validity was fulfilled. Moreover, it can be concluded the measurements are validated. And also, it was made the reliability test also. So here we can see the converge alpha is higher than 0.7, which is the benchmark, and all the independent and dependent variables are accepted since the converge alpha is higher than 0.7. 7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7. 0.7 Here we come to the correlation analysis. Here we identify the relationship between virtual communities and the purchasing intention. As per the findings in the table, there is a moderate positive relationship with perceived benefits and purchasing intention, where the correlation coefficient is 0.422, and the sense of belonging does have the positive relationship with purchasing intention, since their correlation coefficient is less than 0.4, and their values are respectively 0.389 and 0.358. And afterwards, we come to the regression analysis. It is indicated in this table. Summary of the regression analysis. Explanatory power R2 indicates the degree of variance. The dependent variable is explained by the independent variables. Taking into account R2, it can be concluded that 26% of the dependent variable has been explained by the independent variables, which are emotion, trust, sense of belonging, perceived benefits in the study. So according to the multiple regression analysis, and it was conducted to examine the impact of virtual communities as an information source on pricing intention. According to the multiple regression analysis, all the independent variables, namely perceived benefits, sense of belonging, and emotional trust, have a significant impact on purchasing intention. Since as we assumed, our alternative hypothesis H1A, H1B, and H1C all are accepted since p-value is less than 0.05. So we can see this final conclusion of our multiple regression, where the p-value is less than 0.05, where perceived benefits has the highest standardized beta coefficient, and it concludes that perceived benefits is the most salient factor which affect for impact for purchasing intention. When compared with the literature, the findings are somewhat different from the earlier findings in literature, and in some cases similar too. So we finally arrive to our discussion part, so we can find their theoretical and practical implications. So according to this research, specifies three independent variables, namely perceived benefits, sense of belonging, emotion, and emotional trust, based on the past two research studies, Bering in 2015 and Huang in 2009. Among them, perceived benefits was the most salient factor, which was different from the literature. Theoretically, this research further strengthened the theories pertaining to purchasing intention and consumer behavior, and further leads user researchers to search this area more deeply with the generated findings through this research. Further, this research provides more details for social media managers, advertisers to sharpen their knowledge of online consumers behavior patterns in virtual communities. This may be helpful for social media marketers to adapt with the online culture and identify online traffic and adapt these findings when running on their marketing campaigns. Moreover, studying consumer behavior in online platforms and virtual communities also helps the marketers to decide when to upload social media posts and identify social tie existing among virtually and to find how it can be artificially controlled in order to fulfill marketers' objectives. This will also help marketers to identify how to create good keyword among virtual communities, since it helps for the present their products in a way that generates maximum impact on consumers. So here we also can give some recommendations for future researchers. Based on the above research, the researcher recommends some suggestions to improve virtual communities, which affects on consumer decision making. improving virtual community safety, and increase the power of participation for virtual members into community management through the development of social community affairs forum, enabling consumers to build their sense of ownership and community members recognition. It will also promote the community members reward and acquisition system. Consumer safety can be enhanced by minimizing the uncertain information. At the same time, the virtual community should pay greater attention to their third parties. Cooperating with credible network security service organizations, this transmitting the trust of the latter organization to the retail. Improve virtual community sociality in order to let the virtual community members experience communication and shopping environment by virtual reality. The virtual designer should adapt virtual reality technology. And finally, I would like to express, more importantly, this research does not concern about the security of the virtual community and need of new conceptual model is accepted by future researchers. However, this research is limited to quantitative aspect and future researchers are guided to use mixed method or qualitative methods since the qualitative research studies are very low burden in this area. Moreover, mediating variables consumer behavior are very sensible to use this future. So thank you very much for joining with my presentation.
Thank you, Lakshan. Thank you for your detailed presentation. Now, Lakshan, can you explain why you opted for the virtual communities?
Hearing is the problem, sir. I didn't get the words properly because there is an interruption here. So even in the background, so can I repeat?
Can you explain why you opted for virtual communities?
There is a sound interruption, sir. I can't hear you properly.
No. Can you hear? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Professor is
Lakshan,
asking.
can you hear?
Professor is asking why you have selected this virtual community in your research.
Yeah. Yes, actually, it's very trending because most of the customers and most of the people believe online behavior. So when they are going to most of the time for social media apps and mostly they rely on what the others are saying. So they are purchasing decisions and purchasing are actually affected by what the others are talking about. So how the virtual community behaves most probably influences their as what we think before the research, as what we think most probably they have involved. So that's why we assume that there may be a kind of effect from virtual communities for their purchasing decision making.
Okay, who exactly was your target audience? Who exactly were the target audience? Whom did you collect the responses?
So can you repeat the question, sir?
Who are your target respondents?
Who is the target respondents for your study? Actually, I also have the question because you have taken 233 samples.
Correct. Yeah,
so
sample
then
size.
how did you select the virtual communities?
Our target population of 384, but we only received 333 respondents.
233.
Okay.
In your paper, you have written as 233.
No, in the abstract I mentioned, sir, there are 384 sample size, but we only collected 233. That was the.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Who is exactly the person who has filled your questionnaire? Who is that particular person? How did you identify the virtual community which is involved in that?
Yeah. So how did you identify the virtual communities?
Most probably, we identify the persons who are in the group. So in groups, most of the time they have social media groups likewise. Like they have some groups and they have some fan bases, likewise from there.
Okay, how did you target them?
So we shared our questionnaire in social media groups. There we identify. So in our questionnaire, we asked, are you a member of the particular group? Likewise.
Okay. So then how did you develop your questionnaire? Can you explain us the process?
Yes, even in demographic variables, and we ask like how much time that we spend in the virtual groups, like in different groups, and how much you believe the respondents' idea. Likewise, we develop the question. So how much time that you spend in specialized groups, like
so see, in your theoretical framework, so you have 3 independent variable and purchasing decision as your dependent variable, right? So now see the perceived benefits, sense of belonging as a decision aid, and emotional trust. So these are the 3 variables that you have taken, right? So now see, for these 4 variables, how did you measure them? How did you develop the scale for this study? Have you got my point?
Yes, sir. Can you repeat the question?
How did you develop the scale for your questionnaire?
So there were some indicators.
Yeah, how did you get that? We know, right? Indicators are there. How did you get that?
Researchers, from past 2 researchers, they have measured those variables in a particular questionnaire. So we acquired them even to measure based on that, we develop our questionnaire to measure especially those variables.
Yeah, so is it an adapted one, or you have developed the questionnaires on your own?
No, I have not developed. That is adapted, and somehow sometimes to adapt with the present situation, I have reformed it little bit, but most probably it was adapted from the past 2 research.
So have you mentioned that in your paper?
Can you repeat, sir?
Have you mentioned that in your paper?
Can't use it.
Okay. So finally, right, I have just one more question, right? So what is the contribution of this study?
So most probably the more marketers and the other advertisers suppose that how people are infected, how consumers are infected from online behavior patterns. So how much that consumers are, how much the potential consumers, how much the existing consumers are affected from online behaviors. So from that particular point, the social media marketers and managers can adapt and change their business situations.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go to the next candidate for who is available.
Very sorry for that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The topic of our presentation is factors influencing customer satisfaction towards adoption of internet banking with special reference to Jaffna district. Previously, banking sector of Sri Lanka carried out banking activities through manual banking system. With the technological advancements, banking industry also needed to modernize and expand with the technology as well as to reduce the limitations of manual banking system. So, internet banking is one of technological advancement
which banks adopted to provide efficient and effective services to satisfy the banking needs of customers. Although internet banking introduced Sri Lanka in 1998, and currently there are many internet users, and currently banks are fully fledged with internet banking services, the number of internet banking users are low among internet users. So the purpose of this study is to identify the factors influencing on customer satisfaction towards internet banking adoption in Jaffna district, and the objectives of this study are to examine the customer satisfaction, to find out the reason for the lack of using internet banking facility, and to provide solutions for improving the customer satisfaction of internet banking in Jaffna district. According to this conceptual framework, based on the previous studies, we identified 11 factors that affect on customer satisfaction on internet banking adoption. But as results of exploratory factor analysis, it has to be reduced those 11 factors into 9 factors which are presented in this slide. As the hypothesis, those 9 factors, which are user-friendliness, social influences and responsiveness, ease of use, compatibility, relative advantages, security and privacy, secure service quality, customer support services, trusts, are significantly influenced on customer satisfaction towards internet banking. As the methodology of this study, we conducted research among 150 banking customers who are using internet banking services in state-owned banks and some selected private sector banks in Jaffna district. And we use online questionnaires developed by English language as the primary data collection method. Those questionnaires included questions related to demographic information, existing banking practices, and internet banking adoption, which is measured by Likert 5-point scale. As analysis method, we use factor analysis and multiple regression analysis by using the statistical package for social science 20. Based on the demographic information, it could be identified that male respondents are more interested in internet banking application, and the age group of 26 to 35 represented the highest contributed age group for using internet banking in Jaffna district. According to the educational level, the majority of the respondents are from the degree level, and in the occupational level, professionals are using more internet banking application than other users. As the results of exploratory factor analysis, we can see KMO value is 0.734, which is greater than 0.5. It means that the sample size is statistically enough for use in the factor analysis, and we can see the chi-square value in here, and the chi-square value shows that the data is highly appropriate to the factor analysis. As the results of multiple regression analysis, we can see that relative advantages has the strongest influence on customer satisfaction, where standard beta value is 0.475. And compatibility has the next strongest influence on customer satisfaction, which is representing the standard beta value is 0.269. And the p-value of those two factors are lower than 0.05. Finally, it can be concluded that the relative advantages and the compatibility is particular bank's website significantly affected on customer satisfaction towards internet banking adoption in Jaffna district. As the managerial implications, we could be identified that although much people have registered for internet banking services, most of them are not using internet banking frequently in Jaffna district based on the trust-related issues. Therefore, Banks must give relevant information and correct information when customers are registering for internet banking services. As the another one, although some customers are educated professionals, they have limited knowledge about internet banking uses. So it is important to inform them well by using sophisticated information sources. Based on study, the usage of internet banking in the age group of 18 to 25 is 29% in Jaffna district. And we suggest that banking sector should focus on designing their websites to attract more customers by using 3 languages so as to improve the customer awareness about internet banking and should update the websites regularly. It should be given reliable information for the problems of internet banking users. We can analyze the responses of current banking users and identify their problems and provide relevant solutions. Industry can try to encourage the government by requesting support to improve the effectiveness of internet banking services by removing the technological and regulatory barriers. As the limitation of study, we can identify that the present studies only contain some limited variables, but there are many factors influence on internet banking usage, but the study is suggested further including few more variables examining the internet banking usage intention. As the study was only conducted in the Sri Lankan context, then it is specifically limited to the northern area of the country. And the behavioral intention cannot wholly reflect the action in reality. Therefore, the future study needs to indicate the proportion of people willing to use internet banking compared to assumed behavioral attention. And the present study only considered the customer's perspective. Additionally, future results can consider having professional interviews with internet banking providers, allowing the research to understand the management perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Now, see, when you are trying to study satisfaction, the satisfaction is the difference between expectation and performance. So definitely the expectation variables, performance variables should have been included in your study. But I don't think that was considered here, and you have gone ahead with the other literatures and came out with your study. Can you give an explanation on this?
Sir, I couldn't hear the last part, sir. Can I beg my pardon?
The point
Can
is
you
that I said the performance variable, expectation variables play an important part in the customer satisfaction. So satisfaction is the dependent variable. Okay. And the expectation performance will be the independent variables. So have you considered these two aspects in your study, which I don't think is seen from your presentation?
No, sir. You are right, sir.
But that is how you should look at the customer satisfaction study. No, there is a difference between customer satisfaction study and customer loyalty study. And another one we talk about customer benefit study. So all these three are different as such. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. I saw your managerial implications. But these managerial implications are general in nature. Can you be more specific on your research output?
Sir, please, can you agree?
No, managerial implications you have given, no?
Yes, sir.
The managerial implications are more general than the specific aspect which you have undertaken for study. Can you be more specific?
Yes.
Because your study is with respect to Jaffna.
Yes, sir.
Where and all you took the study within the Jaffna district, which all are the locations you have identified?
Sir, the chapter I selected some private sector banks and national state-owned banks. University side, the Tirunelveli area has the three kinds of
the
banks.
area where you have done the study. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, University of Jaffna is my alma mater.
Okay, where University of Jaffna is there. Okay, okay. And see, there is also a difference when we say the customer satisfaction differs with respect to a concerned bank. For example, you take a private sector bank. Private sector bank, the customer satisfaction will be different, and public sector bank, the customer satisfaction will be different. So how can you generalize using both?
So most of the customers I found in my research, the most male customers satisfied about the state-owned banks in Jaffna district, sir. Also, when I found at that time when you talking me about that managerial implications, I was found out, sir, some banking websites were they didn't have the Tamil language. At that time, I was doing in that research in 2019, sir, when I was in Jaffna. That time, sir, I think it is Tamil. It should be include the website the Tamil language too, sir. I found 2 banks like that, Sampath Bank, also Hatton National Bank. That time that didn't have that in Tamil language, sir. Their
Only these
expectations
2
were
banks
different.
had the websites in Tamil.
Sir?
Only these 2, Hatton National Bank and Sampath Bank. These are the 2 banks which had, right?
Yes, sir, one of 2 banks, 2 branches, 2 banks that I shared through private sector banks.
Okay, fine. Okay, Professor Hilal. Professor Hilal, I think if we, Professor Hilal, please.
Yeah. So it's a good presentation, right? So, however,
thank you, sir.
However, so according to your study, right? So in Jaffna, people are not adopting the internet banking. Is that so?
Sir, much professionals according to my study, the professionals were adopted much internet banking. They are very good at internet banking.
According to your coefficient table, which you have given in your full paper,
yes, sir.
Right? So all the significance values, I mean, probability values are more than 0.05.
Yes, sir.
So how can you say that? So now see all the hypotheses, right? Except one, compatibility, the variable, only that, supporting to your, supporting the hypothesis.
Yes, sir.
Accepted, right? So
yes,
other
sir.
variables are not supporting.
But relative advantages was there, sir. The compatibility and the relative advantages were supported factors I found from this study.
Yeah, relative advantage, 2 variables.
Yes.
Other things
Yes.
are not supported. So then how?
According to my study,
so
it didn't support, sir.
What is the reason? So how the data actually is significant? Sometime, there may be some issues in your...
Maybe, sir. The time limitation is also little time, sir.
Huh?
The time limitations, I have the time limitations too, sir. Like 6 months. At that time I was there.
No, it's in 2019-20, right? So you have mentioned that, the research period, 2019-20, in the under the methodology, you have mentioned that.
Yeah, yes, 2019 too.
Yeah, so internet banking is there in Sri Lanka from, right? So how is it possible? I don't know, right? So that's all. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, sir.
No, in my case, yeah, I agree with both the comments, the concerns. My case is a bit different because I noticed somewhere you wanted to say something on internet adoption. And sometimes it was about, I don't know whether you can hear me. Am I audible?
No, sir. No, sir.
Something wrong with Professor Hilal, you can't hear me too.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
So you wanted to see internet satisfaction or adoption of internet or internet usage, because you use these 3 terms somewhere in time to time differently: internet usage, internet adoption, and internet satisfaction. Which one you wanted to examine? Was it satisfaction or internet adoption?
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sir, can you repeat the question again? I can't hear you.
Because you wanted to examine internet satisfaction or internet adoption or internet usage. So time to time you use different terms in your presentation. Sometimes it was
Internet
about
adoption, sir.
not internet satisfaction.
Internet adoption, sir. Internet bank, sir. Can I?
Yeah, I can hear you. Internet banking adoption or internet
Adoption,
banking.
yes, sir. Internet banking adoption, sir.
Yeah, but somewhere you were talking about internet banking satisfaction. Yeah, as Professor Chandrasekhar clearly pointed out, satisfaction, adoption, internet banking adoption, and internet banking loyalty are sort of different concepts. So you have to be specific because if you are looking at internet banking satisfaction, be with internet banking satisfaction. Or if you are talking about internet banking adoption, that's again be with internet banking adoption. And even in your sample, that's again something that you wanted to use internet banking users or with them, the ones, those who are willing to use internet banking. How was the composition? All were using internet banking, or else were there some respondents having the intention to use internet banking? Yeah, I noticed
Internet banking users are there.
In
Also,
addition
at that time, when I go to the collect data, at that time, the people who are willing to use internet banking, they are for the registration purpose.
Yeah, see, I mean, maybe because the Professor Hilal is correct, because findings are contradictory because two types of respondents. If you took them separately, you might not have this contradiction. So better be specific, and I don't even agree with having the fact analysis. So sample adequacy and all are just if you are going for fact analysis, exploratory fact analysis. So in that case, only you can use KMO and Bartus periodicity values. Or else, in general, you cannot use KMO value to generalize that, or else conclude that you have an adequate sample in your study. That's something that you have to learn. If you are using factor analysis, only you can use KMO value and Bartlett's periodicity value. Or else you can't say that you have adequate sample because of this KMO value and all. I think Professor Lal,
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So those are the things that you have to understand. Yeah, Professor Chandrasekhar,
Yeah, very much. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
What we'll do now is, I think the 36 number is has completed. Now we need to question that particular candidate. So that particular person is waiting.
Okay, yes.
So, yeah, so paper ID 85. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will now move on to.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, paper ID 36 for the questions only. Yes.
36.
Yeah, Mr. Samara Singh is there. Samara Singh or Mr. Punaratna?
Samara Singh, yes. Who is paper number 36? The presenter or authors? Who are they?
If then we'll go to the next presenter.
Yeah,
It's better, right?
Yeah. The paper ID 69 is there. Sanchinila.
Yes, sir, we are here.
Yeah, please.
69, yeah.
Good evening to all. I'm Shana Sachinda and I'm here with Mr. Leon to present about our research study, which is titled as Country of Origin and Consumer Purchase Intention Towards Cosmetics in Sri Lanka, with special reference to Negombo town area people. So now I'm going to explain the introduction part. Here in our study, there are two main variables. The first one is consumer purchase intention, and the second one is country of origin. Let's we see what is the consumer purchase intention. As we all know, the consumer purchase intention is the decision making about the reason to purchase a brand or a product, or in other words, it is the trend or a willingness of the customer or consumer to purchase or buy a certain product or brand. So the country of origin, it is the country in which corporate headquarters of the company is located, or in other words, we can explain like this. The country of origin is where the brand or a product manufactured or designed. By the way, during the consumption period, most of the consumers are considering various factors. For instance, brand, price, quality, country of origin, and performance also. So due to the globalization, country of origin become a significant factor rather than all other factors when a consumer purchasing those beauty care products. So nowadays, most of the people are concerning about their body beauty, and that is why the consumers tend to use a number of cosmetics to maintain and enhance their body beauty. So let's move to the problem definition. The main problem of this study is the increase in demand on cosmetics and availability of duplicate products. Duplicating cosmetics products is the main problem in the cosmetics market nowadays. So the availability of duplicate products forces to increase the importance of country of origin to check the quality and originality. So there are plenty of studies, and the authors reveals that the country of origin has significant influence in consumer purchase intention. Here you can see Thomas in 2015 states that the effect of country of origin on consumer buying behavior is not stable and it's changed over period of time. It means it is a stable factor, and it is not a stable factor, and it is changed day by day or period by period. So finally, here to our study focuses the Nigambu town area people, because most of the people who are living city side rather than countryside using plenty of beauty care products frequently. So and also cosmetics products. Let's move to the methodology. Here you can see the conceptual model. There are two main variables: country of origin and consumer purchase intention. Here we use three main factors under the country of origin: country image, brand image, and product quality. And let's move to the research journey part. And here we choose positivism as our research philosophy, and this is the research approach as descriptive and quantitative. And you can see here survey is the research strategy which we will use, and the time horizon is cross-sectional, and we used here for our study the structured questionnaires as data collection method, and the sampling method is random sampling. And for our study we used 100 samples, total number of cosmetic users who are live in Nigambu town area. So let's move to the other part.
So, well, thank you very much, Ms. Ishani. Right, this is Mr. Jude Leon, Head Department of Marketing Management from University of Vavuniya. So I'm going to continue from data analysis. Data analysis is a very important part here, because we are going to get the results from our collected data, which are through questionnaires. So here first I want to explain something about the sample profile of the study. So I don't want to spend much time on it. So here the personal data indicate age, gender, education level, and occupation. So 63% of the age indicates 20 to 29. And in gender, 77% represent female. It's obvious because we are doing the study related to cosmetics. And in the educational level, 49% represent degree holders. And in the occupation, 69% indicates the employed people. So when we comes to the reliability analysis, all the values, the country image, brand image, product quality, and the dependent variable consumer purchase intention is about 0.7%. That means there is an internal consistency in this study. Here we are going to do two important studies analysis, the Pearson correlation analysis and multiple regression analysis. So as we all know that the correlation analysis for finding the relationship between two variables and multiple regression to find the multiple independent variables, how they fit with the dependent. So here, based on the Pearson correlation analysis, we can come to the conclusion based on the findings. The country of origin and consumer purchase intention a moderately significant relationship with a point of 0.457. And in the multiple regression case, the R-square indicates 0.226, which means 23% of the variation in consumer purchase intention by country of origin. Other rest of the part may be from other factors. And in the coefficient table, it indicates the product quality shows the high impact on the consumer purchase intention. So we can come to the conclusion here. The product quality is the most influencing factor among other independent variables on dependent variable. So here, in addition, we have done two different tests, multicollinearity and normality. So multicollinearity, in the case, variance inflation factor values are all below 1.5 and tolerant values are all above 0.7, which means here there are no multicollinearity issues, and it means there is a high correlation between the independent variables. And the normality test also shows that here we have done the Sharpe-Wilk test for normal data. So it indicates the significance is above 0.05, which means we failed to reject the null hypothesis. That means the data set is normally distributed in this study. So now we can come to the conclusion part, right? All three independent variables have statistically significant impact on consumer purchase intention. So for this, we have done that multiple regression analysis. So significant level also at 0.05. And all the researchers, what they are doing the studies to find something unique, specific. So here in our study, we have found that unique finding. Product quality is the most influencing variable on consumer purchase intention. So among the three independent variables. So independent variables shows approximately, as we discussed earlier, 23% variance in the consumer purchase intention, and other rest 77% may be from other factors other than the particular country of origin. Manufacturers from, this is the recommendation. So manufacturers from developing countries should implement unique strategies to consistently enhance the quality, right? So we all know that the developing countries are suffering to sell their products, to market their products, even in the local markets. So what they can do, so they have to enhance the quality of their products, and they have to build up the image for their country. So the people, whenever they look at that particular country products, they should believe that they should have the trust on this product, maybe up to the standard quality, right? Okay, thank you very much. This is the time for the questions.
Thank you very much. Now, the question here is very, what I have seen is country of origin. Now, when you compare a product coming in from a country which is a developed country and developing country, there is definitely a difference which is important. And second point is, we are talking about cosmetics. We are not talking about food items here, cosmetics. Consumers are more concerned about the brand and the product which they are trying to utilize. So what is your take on these 2 points?
Pardon, sir, may I have the first questions again?
First question is, now you have generally classified the country of origin, right? You have not included it as a developed country, developing country, least developed countries and all, or third world countries. You have not done that, no?
Yes, sir. We didn't categorize that like, yes.
Country of origin.
Yes.
So
yes.
don't you think that itself is a sort of a misleading thing? Because we are talking about products which you are trying to look at is our consumers, which are cosmetic products.
Yes, sir. We have done the study on the cosmetics, but we didn't categorize the countries developed or developing. So in common, we look at.
Now that's what I was just trying to find out, because
yes, sir, yes, sir. But I got that point. Yeah. In further studies, we will consider, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, because this is an important aspect, because we are talking about products which are basically cosmetics in nature. That's why. Sir, cosmetics means you are trying to apply it on your body, no, like rather than you consume inside. So which is explicit and it can be seen outside. So definitely the consumers will be more concerned about it. That is why I was trying to ask.
Sir, do you expect us to do the mean difference among this developing and developed in the further studies?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I got it.
Much easier.
Yes, okay, sir. I got it, sir. Thank you.
Okay. And about your second point is, now I could see that the 3 independent variables you have taken, correct?
Yes.
Three independent.
Yes.
One is country image, second is brand image.
Yes,
and the
product
third
quality.
is
Product quality. Product quality.
Product quality. But
Yes.
The point is, I think brand image and product quality would go hand in hand. There is no difference which you can actually come out with this. Instead, if you had included, maybe out of literature, you could have collected some more details. If you have added some other variable, like something else, which is having an effect. For example, the marketing mix elements, if you're trying to look at product, price, place, promotion, after that, probably the promotional aspects would have a major role in the assessment. So the variable identification is very important, because here the 3 identified variables, of that 2 of them are similar in nature. That is why I was considered.
Yes, sir. Your argument is right, sir. The point is right. So I have come across such experiences when I am using some branded items. We can't come to the conclusion all the products from the branded areas are not up to the quality. So in some areas there may be some lacking parts. So that's why we got these 2 as different. But your argument is correct, sir. When I have come across the literature reviews, there are some other factors also, that brand familiarity, those kind of factors also considered to identify the impact on purchase intention. But your argument is right, sir. I don't want to argue with you.
Fine. Professor Samantha,
this is my point. Yes.
Yeah, fine. Professor Samantha, please.
Thank you very much, Chandrasekhar and Jude and Ishani. Good work. Country of origin is one of my interested areas. My research basically on country of origin. So that not to undermine anybody, but just to tell you, country of origin, I mean, I have the paper. I mean, yes. It is the way that we see the product origin, from where it comes. Yes. So to me, do you have not to say anything, I mean, not to undermine any work, but to me, country image, brand image, and product quality are 3 different constructs. None of these come under country of origin, because we have different scales. Even in my case, I have developed with my supervisor. If you go through general brand management, you can see the paper. So there we have identified a clear way of measuring the country of origin perception. So what do we expect from country of origin? Not from brand image, not from product quality. Agree with Professor Chandrasekhar, because both goes hand on each one. I mean, the both seems bit similar. So that the way that you have conceptualized, or the way that you have defined country of origin is a bit confused, because brand image is something else, product quality is something else. Through that, there are links among or between all these. But the way that you have even, so you have not defined the country of origin, just 2 sentences. There are even, I don't see the way that you define what the country of origin is. So that to me, much better, you have a study. It is not to say that you don't have conducted any study. You have a study, but it's not about country of origin. It's about country image, it's about brand image, and product quality impact on purchase intention. So that's the way that I see your study. Or else, because the product quality is something else. You have variables to measure product quality perceptions of whatever consumers expect from product quality or brand image and country image, but not from country of origin. None of these come under country of origin. See, the country image is something else because that's true. It is from where the product comes. Even now, we are not using made in China, made in Japan, or assembled in or designed in, because country image is such a kind of a big construct. So that my understanding of the paper is, you other than addressing the country of origin, you have taken country image as a separate one and impact of three variables on purchase intention. If I can see the variables that you have taken to look at country image, you might see that country of origin is something else. Even brand image, it's about brand, the brand image. Brand image is totally different from country image, and even from country of origin. Product quality is another unique, different construct. I don't know whether you get the point. And even that is something else about the way that you have conceptualized. I see a study, but it's not about country of origin, impact of country image, brand image, and product quality on purchase intention. Again, my other question is, your sample respondents are cosmetic users. Is that?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
How did you make sure that all the respondents are using male and female? Even females are all right. Male, you had kind of some fill-up questions to make sure that all the respondents use cosmetics.
Only through the verbal questions, sir. We got the
verbal questions.
Yes, yes.
Even we use cosmetics, but we are not addicted. We are not concerned about from where it comes.
But we didn't check that, sir, whether they are addicted or not. Just we asked whether you use cosmetics or not.
Even if you ask me the question, I might say yes, but because cosmetics are, I mean, it's a kind of general use now. But there are consumers who are looking at cosmetics. They need cosmetics. I mean, so some sort of addicted type customers. So intention towards cosmetics in Sri Lanka, special reference to, I mean, that part is not required even. The concern is all the sample respondents or the sampling units are much aware of cosmetics. You did not ask, I mean, you did not have any filtering sort of ways to make sure that all the respondents are using cosmetics heavily or frequently, or I mean, I don't know how to get that word there. But
sir, yeah, I got it, sir. We had two questions. The first question, verbally we asked that whether you using the cosmetics or not. If yes, then only we provided that question. And the questionnaire, we raised the question, how many years you are using it in under the personal things. We asked that how many years you are using this, 1 to 5, 5 to 10, like that. So
cosmetics.
Yes.
Even female and male.
Yes, we had that
using
question.
It in a way. Huh?
Yes, sir. We had a separate question for that. How many years you have been using this?
In your case, you have 77 females, 23 males.
Yes.
All are cosmetic users. Say cosmetic users, not like us, but they.
But comparatively, sir, most of the gents, that boys, male category, most probably they place 0 to 5, 1 to 5 years.
1 to 5 years.
Yes.
So as Professor Chandrasekhar clearly pointed out, you better see how the impact of gender on the use of cosmetics and the concern of the brand image and all. I mean, in your sample, that is something, again, I don't like to see. Below 20, there is only one. So what is the point of highlighting that one respondent? Because below 20, normally they are not purchasing. Maybe they are using, they are consumers, but they don't have any purchasing power. Even 20, 29.
Yes.
So what is the point in that case of having that particular respondent in your sample? So I mean, any material impact or
No, sir, no, just we have gone through the random method. So just we pick that person, but even though he haven't he or she, I don't sure about that.
Mean, so for
she
us,
haven't the power, we just consider as a consumer. So that's why.
OLs,
but I got the point, sir.
Yeah, because above 50, there are two. I mean,
yes.
So you have to see whether that particular number has significant impact on the results. The much better you take this 20 to 49, even 49. I mean, there are two. I mean, the better get this 20 to 39 respondents. Then you have a particular point there.
Yes,
and even primary education 0. No need to mention even there. And even the retired responder. I mean, maybe above 49, 40, above 50. One of these two respondents is retired. So what is the impact? Even the retired people, are they using cosmetics in that way? Because things will negatively impact on the results. If you are taking sort of outlier sort of cases into analysis. So OLS, my concern is that you have a study, you have country image, brand image, product quality, impact on consumer purchase intention of cosmetics. If you are pretty sure that you have taken only the cosmetic customers, then as Professor Chandrasekhar clearly pointed out, your study is all right, or else so you should have thought of getting the sample accordingly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then that's all. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Professor Hilal?
Yes. Actually, as usual, I could not see the operationalization in your paper, right? So that, as far as the research paper is concerned, we have to have that operationalization table visible for all, right? So now see, what are the items that you have used for this product quality, country image, and
exactly, yes.
Yes. So it must be there so that, we can have a justification of using a questionnaire for this, right? So whether you have adapted from the previous authors, or it may be that's maybe your own scale development process that you can write in the operationalization table. So other than that, it's very good. And could you please tell us, which variable influencing more on the purchase intention?
Yes, I have concluded that the product quality. Through the multiple regression, yes, I have explained that. The product
how did you justify that?
So I have done the multiple regression analysis. So based on the coefficient table, I just check the variations on this consumer purchase intention. So it shows that the product quality is the most influencing factor on that.
Yeah, correct. Right. So that's possible. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very good presentation. In fact, you run into Professor Samanda's area of operation. You should have been doing it. That is there. Anyway, good presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
So now, shall we have the next presenter, please? I think paper ID 57.
I think that's all we have. But in the meantime, I think the 36% is here for the Q&A. So if the 36% is here, can you please unmute yourself and answer this?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here, sir, but I'm in a very noisy environment. If I move, I hope you can hear me without an issue.
Oh, that's all right. No problem. We are able to hear you.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
So your 36, which is where you made a presentation, factors affecting the success of retail merchandising practices among Sri Lankan retailers, right? That is the topic on which you made a presentation, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Can you quickly make a is that the PPTs are there with you now?
So actually, I'm logged in from the phone. My laptop
Fine,
died.
leave it. No, leave it. We have clearly noted down your points also, no problem to that. See, you had talked about certain, see, every retail shop, there is a specific layout pattern which is there with all of them, right? So it could be grid layout, it could be any other layout, whichever they are trying to follow. Now, your study of merchandising, basically merchandising practice, has it taken into consideration specific layout based retailer, or you've taken all retailers irrespective of their layouts?
No, sir. Basically, we are considering here in the study, we are considering small scale retailers who are just catering below 100 customers. That is the criteria, but not specific layout. Actually, we are just checking whether they are actually practicing any kind of a layout, whether they have the knowledge about whether this layout have got an impact on the success of their retail industry. So some of them are not even aware. So, so they are not practicing.
That is what I am coming to now.
Yeah.
You have very clearly said now success of retail merchandising. How do you define the success?
They are in the questionnaire, like we have defined like whether the customers have been purchasing anything that they don't intend to when they initially there is kind like in-store purchasing decisions. Or they say like are they making any inquiries based on this layout or any kind of visual spectrum that they have practiced. And also they are considering their total sales volume and the number of customers.
But see, the point is, if you're trying to study success, there must be some success stories, first of all, from the secondary literature you should have collected. And then you look at benchmarking of the success parameters with that of the other players whom you are trying to study. Have you done any of that?
So the aspects that we interview, the aspects that we include in the interview questionnaire was developed based from those factors, like in detail.
That's the point is, if you are trying to merely study factors affecting the merchandising practice of a retail outlet, then there is no problem. What you are trying to say is okay. But you are trying to study the success of the merchandising. Means there are many people who walk in, and because of the merchandising they are showing there are high element of emotional purchases, impulsive purchases, which actually translates in terms of revenue generated by the company or the retailer. Have you taken note of those things in your presentation? He is not seen. 36 is gone.
No, I think he's here. He's on mute. Let me try. I try to unmute him, but he's not. Yeah, he's now. Yeah,
No,
okay.
I'm here, sir. Like only.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, the in the middle I lost actually.
Yeah.
In the middle, yeah. I'm here, sir. I can hear. Now I can hear very well.
You can hear. So the question which I asked was, like when you are trying to study success, that is where the question comes in. If you have done a study which is primarily on the factors which are influencing or affecting the retail merchandising practices, fine. Now, but in your study, you have included the success which has actually it goes everything higher, like rather than a basic study, this goes into a probably the causal study where the success rate comes into picture. So that's why I was really a bit upset on that. I don't know, anything you would like to comment on that?
Yeah, the success of the visual merchandising practices. Yes, I think that point, yeah, that we have considered like what are the major factors, what are the major aspects of visual merchandising which will be contributing to the visual merchandising practices.
No, your study, you said clearly retail merchandising. Yeah. You didn't study, you didn't mention visual merchandising. Your study is on merchandising. That merchandising, does it influence consumers to purchase more?
Actually, sir, like what you're asking is like the merchandising practices. Is it found to contribute to the more sales?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's
Okay.
exactly that is what I was trying
only out of these factors that are considered, like there was a major contributor, that was the knowledge of the retail merchant, the retailers about the merchandising practices.
Okay.
Apart from others, also the layout and the visual spectrum, they had a impact. But again, the amount of square feet was not so visibly, not so prominently showing an influence about the success, because it was having a high variance and also the moderate kind of relationship between the overall success.
Okay. Okay, fine. Process sum the please.
Yes, I don't know the name of the presenter, even I was not there, but it seems it was an interesting presentation. But my concerns are again, as with Professor Amsekar, how did you measure the success of merchandising practices of small retailers? Say customer visits per day. What kind of questions were there?
Yes, sir, I'm
you had only one question, or how many questions you had?
Yeah,
two?
I'm Siri. Sorry, I think I could not introduce. There were few 4 or 5 questions, sir. Exactly, I don't have the access
all right.
now, but still, it includes whether the customers are doing any impulsive buying, which is like making any in-store decisions by looking at these merchandising, whether by affected by these merchandising practices that he has practiced within the store, such as like visual.
I mean, to me, yeah, I understand. To me, rather asking questions, you better. I mean, how many visits? The customer visits per day, and even like consumer inquiries on products. Actually,
yeah, those were also there, sir. Those were also like the number of customers.
Were there any? I mean, inquiries on products? How did you get? I mean, online inquiries or sort of verbal inquiries, or what kind of inquiries? I mean, to me, it seems that it is very difficult to collect data on these, the customer visits per day, and it's maybe a particular number, but you have to make sure the values are correct, accurate. Customer inquiries on products.
Yeah.
Cross sales with primary products. How difficult to get cross sales with primary products? I mean, was it easy for you to get the data on these areas?
That one was actually done basically from a Likert scale, but I think it should have been more accurate if we have done a, like for square feet, we have given a range like 400 to 500.
Even Likert scale, I don't think that we can use Likert scale, consumer inquiries on products. It's a particular number. How many inquiries per day or per month, average, like per day, the customer visits per day, like consumer inquiries on products, average per month, like. So I don't know if you have collected accurate data, it would be a kind of nice work, but to me, seems that it's a bit difficult. Even pre-education, what did you mean by pre-education? Knowledge of small retailers about merchandising and its importance. Pre-education, what does it mean?
That is basically they have any kind of previous knowledge on these practices?
Knowledge, I mean, pre-education means that seems that they have a primary level or sort of. I'm a bit confused. Or else, even merchandising and the total store space is different again. Is that the merchandising space and the total store space is again different?
That was one of the issues that we came across, because in the research we have considered the total space, but
total space.
But again, whether he has actually used it effectively for
merchandising,
whether he has actually used it effectively for merchandising practices is a bit questionable. Whether he is actually using it for stores or entrances, likewise.
Yeah, that is again, the study seems very interesting, but definitely Professor Hilal will come with this question. I mean, the operationalization. How did you collect data, and was it easy to address all these sort of complicated area in one study? If you are focusing on one particular area, that's all right. Knowledge of small retailers about merchandising. That's a particular tricky area. Then it might be a bit easy. for you to look at, because you are looking at only
for
one
some
particular.
areas we used these kind of, as you said. Yes.
Yeah, that is the case. I mean,
Yes.
rather having multiple
Yes.
constructs, if
Okay.
you had only one particular, say like knowledge of small retailers about merchandising, that would be much easier and very important for us to see that though it is a narrowed area, but it gives something for us. So that is something I understood through your paper and the discussion that you had with Professor Chandrasekhar. Okay, thank you very much. Professor Hilal.
Thanks very much, sir.
Yeah, so I went through your paper, right? So it's a good paper and good presentation that you made. And so when I look at a research problem, how did you make that research problem? Because you also primary observation of pilot study done in 100 small retailers in Kalathura district. So how did you do that? So now see, you have merchandising tools, activity. So you have analyzed it and you come out with the research problem, right?
Yeah, that was basically to establish whether there is a lack of the knowledges, or whether starting from the knowledge, whether there is a deficiency in these merchandising practices among the considered community.
Okay, so can't you find any literature on this in the Sri Lankan context on the retailers merchandising?
Actually, we have there were several literature studies done on supermarkets, basically the very large scale ones, not for small retailers, very few, because there were several studies. I think in the literature it was listed. The only issue is like when you're going to the smaller scale, it was not there.
Okay, so now
because
see,
there is a drastic difference between the large scale retailers and the small scale retailers. Like if you look at like Heels and any kind of supermarkets, they have all these merchandising practices in place. Yeah.
Yeah. So in fact, you could have discussed some literature also for your, at the problem formulation stage here in this paper. So that's what just a suggestion, right? So if you want to improve it, you can do like that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
and,
sure.
So you have taken only 100 sample. Is it substantial enough for the study of this nature to generalize your findings? You have taken only 100, right?
I think we lost him.
You mean the?
No, he is in. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. We hear you. Yeah.
Hello.
Time to time, you are audible, or else
Yes, sir.
I
just not.
No, it's all right. Yeah.
So
you ask about the sample size?
Yeah, only 100, right? So is it
Yes,
enough? Is it substantial enough for this study of this nature then? Can you generalize your findings for the entire industry?
No, sir. Like it was basically from convenience sampling, not the random sampling we have done. It was from the Kaludara district who are just in the small scale. Basically, it was the criteria that basically we are not going to. We have not indicated any generalizings, but just provide some learnings like how their practices and how their knowledge and major factors can be improved.
Okay, fine. So now see in your when I look at your results, right? So it seems that there may be multi-collinearity issues. So have you done this test like various variance inflation factor in this study?
No, sir. I could not.
Okay, so because 1-for-1 relationship, right? The correlation coefficients little bit higher, right? You just test it, right? And see whether you will have some time. multicollinearity issues, right?
Yeah.
So other than that, I don't want to ask because all other two professors discussed that one in detail, right? So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very good
Thanks very
presentation. I think you take a lot of points from here so that you can actually shape your
Thanks very much.
Yeah, yeah. Ultimately, it is because some of the best journals you need to get published. Like for example, Professor Samandar, Professor Hilal have published in some of the best journals. Like in fact, I could see his journal article on Journal of Brand Management. So these are the things we are looking at basically. We want to ensure that the standards keep increasing, and then we developing countries are now accepted on the international platform. So that is why we are working.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. So thank you very much. I think is there any other person presenting now?
That's all we have.
That's all. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. In fact, Professor Samantha, is Professor Pereira there? She is there or she is?
Yes, we have here. Professor Pereira. Yes. In the faculty. Today she did not join us, but she is in the faculty. You know her?
Come on. I visited your university in the
is that so?
2008.
So this time even you can visit. I will get the contact and all.
I really like your place, Roon, Matara.
Yeah.
Is a nice place. The southernmost tip we are trying to talk about. I still remember I stayed in one of the resorts there. The name, I think some Villigama or something also there. Okay, that is wonderful. In fact, I really liked it. Professor Hilal?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good, very good. In fact, it was good that we could get some time
get together, right?
Yeah, excellent. And another thing is that we commonly share the same subject, specialization.
Yeah.
That is something excellent. So let us coordinate, network, and do a lot more so that we have much better things to offer as such.
Sure.
Happy
to see you. I'm in there.
Yeah. I think now it's time for giving vote of thanks. I think anybody else is there, or we will propose our vote of thanks.
Before we do the vote of thanks, we would like to invite you for the session group photograph. Therefore, I would like to invite the presenters and the audience to please switch on your video so we can officially take the group photograph. So the presenters, please do switch on your videos. And once everyone is ready, we will be taking the session group photograph. So let's give a few seconds for all the presenters. Just please switch on your videos and then we'll take the photograph. Thank you.
Dr. Hilal, you are not clear.
That's because power has gone inside the room.
What to do?
I don't know whether this net also might be going
down. Please,
right?
whoever is taking photo,
take it immediately.
Quickly take it.
All right, and so we'll take the group photograph. So can everyone please switch on your video? I think everyone is ready. So we'll take the group photograph now. So can I have a big smile, everyone?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you very much.
I have switched on my mobile phone.
Excellent.
Take another one then.
Yeah. Can you take one more?
Yeah, absolutely. So can I have a big smile again, everyone?
Yeah, please, all of you.
All right, the photograph is taken now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In fact, I take this opportunity to thank Professor Nalina Vesegra for giving us the opportunity, the chair of this ICOM 2022, for having. In fact, I'm really happy to note, one of the veterans in marketing, Philip Kotler, was invited for this seminar. That itself is absolutely great. because it's very difficult to get a personality like him because he's very old. He doesn't actually accept things, but he has accepted to come. The art result is absolutely great. I take this opportunity also to thank my fellow chair members, Professor PAP Samantha Kumara, Professor MIM Hilal. Both of them, I now suddenly got more interested with their accolades and the things. I'm extremely happy to see them. And I take this opportunity to thank everyone, all the presenters. In fact, you have put in a lot of effort. I would say we have all the three of us have evaluated your article which you have submitted. Now, this particular presentation is only for the oral presentation. That's all. The written presentation we have already evaluated and we have given, and without even knowing who you are, because at that time it was a blind evaluation. So in the blind evaluation, we have done our justice, and that was given to the. And today, when you came in for a presentation, now we know who you are, and you make a presentation. But that doesn't carry much of a weightage. So that way, this particular evaluation will be unbiased and perfect. That I really tell you. And you have all worked very hard in your presentations. And many of you, I will put almost all of them have used inferential statistics, which is very hard to see in many of the journals, the presentations. Inferential statistics, many of them do not go. You started off with Cronbach alpha and then move on to the multicollinearity and normality and all that. That's great. That's how research has to be taken up, and then the final outcomes have to be brought out. But let us not do research only for the sake of statistics. That also I would like to put it, because this research has to actually contribute a lot. So I thank all of you who have made a presentation here, taking your time off in spite of some of your busy schedules, attending this conference and participating, making presentation. I really congratulate each and every one of you on your efforts. And now I invite others to speak. Please, Professor.
Yeah. Again, as Professor Chandrasekhar, I want to thank Professor Nalin for getting me involved in this particular event. Particularly, Hilal and myself are very good friends. Today is the first day that I met Professor Chandrasekhar. Thank you very much for coming, sir. And happy that I was very impressed the way that you commented and how committed you are to give comments and your knowledge. Definitely, the presenters would have learned something from your comments, Professor Hilal. And we tried, as Professor Chandrasekhar again pointed out, without any bias, genuine comments as we understand. We wanted to share our experience, knowledge with you all. We understand that you all are young researchers. You are the future of our marketing discipline, future researchers. So hope you enjoyed the session and you got something takeaway for your studies. Congratulations, all the best, and happy that I could meet one particular expert in area, Professor Chandrasekhar. Thank you very much, sir. We'll keep in touch.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Hilal.
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to thank Professor Nalin Abeysekara for giving me this opportunity. And actually, Professor Samantha is my good friend, and Professor Chandrasekhar also is my friend. And actually, I could get the PhD admission at University of Kerala, right, when I actually communicated with him. But unfortunately, I could not go there to know my PhD. So thank you very much, sir, for that, for your support. And I would like to congratulate all the paper presenters who have submitted their presentations and their full papers. Actually, I went through all the papers, right, so which were good, right? And there are certain modifications that at your level it's an immense work, I feel, in that sense, right? And I would like to thank all the organizers, right, for they have put a very big efforts, as Professor Chandrasekhar said, right? The Philip Kotler, right? Professor Philip Kotler was one of the keynote speaker. In fact, I could not be able to participate this morning since I had a lot of work here. in meetings and all. So therefore, I could not participate it. So, but anyway, right. So I would like to listen his talk. I will get that audio and listen to that, right, as soon as possible, right. So then again, I would like to congratulate all the presenters and express my gratitude to all the organizers of this Open University. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll close the session here and wish all of them all success. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you very much.